Chapter 786, True or False, Ask Yourself, Bring Him In. Guan responded and Nzazai immediately went to fulfill the task. He already knew who the visitor was and what his intention was. Nowadays, people whom he would meet in person were almost all old friends from his time at the Supreme Sect. Those old friends who were not with him were living through their own lives, facing hardships and enjoying happiness. Not everyone could receive his covert protection. After approximately half an incense stick's duration, Nzazai brought a person into the courtyard. This man wore plain Daoist robes, had a strong build, a rugged face, and exuded the aura of a martial world hero. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Yas, but he looked more weathered. He was Li Yas' younger brother, Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had once cultivated in the Third Medicine Valley, had a great relationship with Yang Jian, and had now achieved the cultivation level of divine thought true immortal realm. In the past, he had the talent to surpass Liya, but now, Liya had become an existence he looked up to, becoming the legend of their Li family. Li Lingtian looked at Gu An's silhouette, trembling with excitement, his eyes even reddened. And Nzazai hesitated whether he should leave, but then Gu An's voice came, "Nzazai, you should listen too, you'll be responsible for assisting him later." Upon hearing this, Nzazai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. He was very curious about the relationship between Li Lingtian and Guan. Hearing that he could go out on a mission made him secretly delighted. Nowadays, he managed all affairs of Wuxia, and couldn't avoid fatigue. A trip outside would be a bit of relaxation. Upon hearing Gu An's immediate offer to help, Li Lingtian could no longer control his emotions and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Senior, I have come for Yang and I. You should still remember her. She offended a great cultivator of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance and is imprisoned within the Alliance. She was wronged, but I can't find anyone to help, not even my father has such power," Li Lingtian said through gritted teeth. The Yang and I he mentioned was Li Yas' mother's sister, who had once joined the Ephemera sect to investigate the cause of Li Yas' mother's death, and had also been sent by Li Xiandao to protect Guan. Guan had not seen her for many years, but he still remembered the valiant woman in his mind. Li Lingshan's voice choked with emotion as he narrated grievances, no longer displaying the self-confident demeanor of his youth. Guan turned around, looking calmly at Li Lingtian, listening to his tale of grievances. Before Li Lingshan's arrival, Guan had already seen through the cause and effect at a glance. It was nothing more than a struggle of interests. After joining the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, Li Lingtian and Yang and I had offended an internal faction, which did not pique Gu An's interest much. He only needed to confirm that Yang and I was indeed wronged. Though Guan protected his old friends, he would also make distinctions in his actions. If they brought trouble upon themselves, he would ignore it, letting them learn through hardship. When Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Guan with anticipation. The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance was strong, and their opponents were also very powerful, a family of timeless giants surpassing the Zizai immortal realm. But Li Lingtian believed no family was a match before Guan. Guan smiled, helping Li Lingtian to his feet, and said with emotion, "How old were you when you first came to me? Now you can manage things on your own. Truly, how much things have changed." These words made Li Lingtian burst into tears. In his heart, Guan had always been a senior. Although he hadn't seen him for many, many years, restraint held him back. In his mind, Gu An's appearance and personality had blurred, and before coming, he had imagined various possibilities, but never expected Guan to treat him so kindly. Even his father, who once doted on him, now felt distant. Guan began reminiscing about the past, and his words drew Li Lingtian back to bygone days. Nzazai was also very curious about Gu An's past, standing by and listening attentively. Later, Shenzhen and Shengguan joined in. Shenzhen still remembered Li Lingtian. Seeing him so downcast now, she sighed deeply. The best decision she had ever made in her life was to follow Guan. At first, she only wanted to escape from her sect, and due to her compatibility with Guan, she cut off all ties and solely followed him. Unexpectedly, Guan turned out to be the supporting Dao sword venerable. Over time, Shenzhen couldn't distinguish why she initially followed Guan. Occasionally, she doubted whether she had seen something extraordinary in Guan that led her to him. Either way, the outcome was good. and she felt herself to be the luckiest person in the world, even more fortunate than an Xian, celestial demon child, and others. Until dusk, and Zazai left with Li Lingtian. He planned to gather several Wuxia disciples and personally go to Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance to rescue Yang and I. Shangguan Xian'er also followed, leaving Guan and Shenzhen alone in the courtyard. Shenzhen looked at Gu An's profile, lost in thought. What kind of trouble could make this man frown? In his eyes, how did he view this world? How did he perceive those around him? Li Lingshan's appearance triggered Shenzhen's memories of the past and sparked numerous puzzles and curiosity within her. Guan looked at the sky and said, "Do you think a life without longevity matters?" Shenzhen recovered from her thoughts and responded, "Of course it matters. To walk through the human world, whether in suffering or in joy, at least one has lived, hasn't one? But for many people, living is not as good as dying. That's because they faced hardships. Before those hardships, they surely also enjoyed their lives. Once a person dies, what meaning does everything before their death hold? Just like the supreme sect of the past, too many people have already died, even forgotten by us, leaving no trace in this human world." After Guan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Shenzhen. Shenzhen pondered for a moment and said, "Why does everything have to be meaningful? Living is living, and everything we experience is our own feeling. Why should we pursue leaving something in this world?" Guan smiled and said, "Indeed, one's own feelings are what matter most. Why worry about other things and add unnecessary worries?" Upon hearing this, Shenzhen was momentarily stunned, then glared at Guan and asked, "Be honest, can you hear others' thoughts?" "I'm not that powerful." "Really?" S.E.A. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Really?" Shenzhen smiled. After Gu An's counsel, she felt her confusion was meaningless. As long as she was living well and carefree, and Guan did not reject her, wasn't that enough? Guan continued, "Actually, over the years, I often went to the mortal world, experiencing different lives. I would marry and have children, I would also be someone's child, but I made those wives believe we had shared something, giving them memories, including those parents, relationships I imposed upon them. Of course, these identities were what they wanted, and the children I supposedly had were created by me out of thin air. Even if their souls condensed in reincarnation into real beings, I still felt something. From my perspective, everything was fake, but to them, it was real. Everything that happened with them was their real experience. They would never know my identity was false. They would even forget their lives in reincarnation." Shenzhen stayed silent while listening to his words. Guan looked at her, raising a question. "This is the different view brought by the realm gap. I can make all living beings unable to distinguish truth from falsehood, but do you think there's an existence that can make even you and me unable to tell the difference? Is the so-called heavenly Tao, great Tao, truly real?" He thought Shenzhen would ponder for a long time, but she answered without hesitation, "Whether it's true or false, we cultivate. The so-called quest for Tao is to ask oneself, asking about one's existence's meaning, asking oneself what one wants. If you want truth, with effort, even falsehood has hope of becoming truth, doesn't it? Even if everything is false to me now, I still thank you, cherish everything now, and enjoy every day." After saying this, she looked up at Guan, fixing her gaze on him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 787, Profound Abyss Divine Pool. Gu An's questioning of Shenzhen was a reflection of his years of pondering. Besides increasing his mana and Tao practice, he felt there was an indescribable realm that required his contemplation. Shenzhen's truthful response, however, left Guan sensing a glimpse of the great Tao within it. He smiled and replied, "At the very least, I feel that everything now is real." Shenzhen heard this and also broke into a smile. Afterwards, Guan began to talk about past events, touching on the bygone days, which evoked many emotions in Shenzhen. The setting sun lengthened their shadows. In the years that followed, Guan no longer trained in the mortal world. He decided that in the future, if he wanted to re-enter the red dust, he would assume his identity in the immortal cultivation realm, cultivating like Yang Xian, growing with extraordinary talent and temperament. These two reincarnated bodies were not the strongest, but their temperament and way of handling matters pleased Guan the most, making him feel they lived with a unique flair. Above the sea of clouds, a giant round fan was flying, with more than a dozen people sitting cross-legged on it. Yang and I sat at the back, watching the Wuxia disciples ahead who were chatting and laughing, feeling a mix of emotions. Ancient memories resurfaced in her mind, filling her with deep sentiments. Although she already knew that Guan had become the greatest power in the world, seeing Guan's disciples and grand disciples standing strong and becoming great cultivators she looked up to was a shocking experience. It was hard for her to associate the once carefree flower and grass-picking Guan with the now all-powerful ancestor Master Wuxia. Li Lingtian, sitting beside her, said excitedly, "The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance has promised us a dojo. When I return and discuss it with my father, we will bring a group of Li family disciples there to cultivate. As for you, Senior Yang, what are your plans?" Yang and I came to her senses and replied, "I plan to take a look beyond heaven." Li Lingtian frowned and said, "Beyond heaven is extremely perilous, it's not worth taking risks just for opportunities." He knew about the past between Yang and I and Guan and thought she was distressed. It was normal, even he was deeply moved, not to mention Yang and I. Guan did not intervene personally, but his disciples and grand disciples were grandly welcomed by the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance. When they heard their requests, the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance immediately agreed to release Yang and I without any re-examination. If not for Nzazai's insistence on the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance to investigate, they would have been freed long ago. During this time, Li Lingtian developed a certain respect for Nzazai. But whenever he thought about his own time in the Third Medicine Valley, when Nzazai had yet to be born, it made him feel awkward. Nevertheless, he dared not shamelessly request to join Wuxia. He had heard from Wuxia disciples that once you joined Wuxia, you couldn't easily leave or even establish your own sect outside. Even the sword sect's master, Qin Chuan, had relinquished his identity as a Wuxia disciple. Even if the sword sect faced enemy attacks, Wuxia would not come to help. Nzazai insisted the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance thoroughly investigate the truth, presumably to maintain Wuxia's reputation. "I know it's dangerous. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Wasn't this confinement by the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance all because of your recklessness?" Yang and I glanced at Li Lingtian and said coldly. Li Lingtian smiled awkwardly. He was in such a hurry to save Yang and I because the matter had started due to him. Thinking about it carefully, Yang and I indeed handled matters prudently. Throughout the years, she always acted alone and never encountered any mishaps. Li Lingtian recalled his own experiences over these years and felt embarrassed, realizing he was in no position to advise others. The two fell silent, their thoughts drifting away. They couldn't imagine Guan's realm and vision. This vast world was too expansive for them, filling them with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. In the underworld, beneath the dark celestial vault, a desolate land was shrouded in ghostly vapors, with a colossal ancient tree standing tall. This tree was entirely an eerie blue, with branches draped with vine-like tendrils resembling catkins, and glowing orbs rotating like stars around them. This tree was the ancient sacred tree of the underworld, known as the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree. Two people were meditating under the tree, Guan's avatar and Wuxia Xianxia from the misty immortal court. Wuxia Xianxia opened his eyes and sighed, as expected of the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree, its creation is limitless. Not only can one comprehend the yin-yang reincarnation here, but also the mysteries of creation. It is said that this tree once bore a fruit which cultivated and attained the Tao, befriending the celestial emperor's reincarnation body, and they were known as the two great saints of the great Tao. Unfortunately, he rebelled against the celestial court and finally perished together with the celestial emperor's reincarnation body. Guan opened his eyes and asked, "Is this story true? Where did you hear it from?" "Of course, it's true. It was brought back by the predecessors of the misty immortal court from the celestial court. However, there are many such stories in the celestial court," Wuxia Xianxia replied. "The celestial emperor is the most powerful existence. To be known as the two great saints of the great Tao alongside his reincarnation body, his talent must have been terrifying. Unfortunately, since then, the Profound Abyss ancient tree has never borne the Profound Abyss fruit again. As he spoke, Hongyazi raised his head, seemingly searching for the Profound Abyss fruit on the tree. Guan didn't expect the story of Gu Xianyu to be known in the celestial court. He guessed it was at the celestial emperor's behest, otherwise, how could it be circulated? In his mind, the image of Taihao appeared. Taihao's temperament was bold and unrestrained, somewhat like Hao, but his actions were more domineering and magnanimous. In Gu An's memory, he always clung to Gu Xianyu. After they became sworn brothers, the question of who was the elder brother was never settled. However, during the last battle, Taihao seemed like a different person. Perhaps that was the celestial emperor, making Guan feel unfamiliar and pressured. The bond of the reincarnations had long been gone. Guan wouldn't think they were still sworn brothers. Taihao's eyes before his death revealed madness. The celestial emperor was definitely not cold by nature. The two chatted while waiting for the distant visitor. They were chatting because they both sensed an aura coming from afar, which should be from the Nine Divine Mansion. The Nine Divine Mansion's destiny was profound. The aura of its cultivators differed from that of ghost souls and ghost gods, making it easily identifiable. Soon, a white-haired man in a black robe, resembling a specter, swiftly approached and landed 10 steps in front of them. Guan immediately recognized his origins. This person was named Zhu Luocha, possessing cultivation at the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, originally a soul of the snake demon. Zhu Luocha looked at Guan and Hongyazi, raised his hand in salute, and said, "The pavilion master has something to discuss with you both." Hongyazi's expression remained indifferent as he asked, "Which pavilion master?" "The second pavilion master, to discuss the matter of the Profound Abyss Divine Pool. The Profound Abyss Divine Pool is about to open, and you two must be waiting for this opportunity, so the second pavilion master sent me to invite you," Zhu Luocha replied. Hearing this, Hongyazi's eyes sparkled with joy. He exchanged a glance with Guan, then stood up and said, "Lead the way." Zhu Luocha immediately turned and began to lead the way, with Hongyazi following closely behind. Guan lagged slightly, watching Hongyazi's back. He secretly sighed, "This is not an opportunity, but an abyss of destruction." The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, Beneath the Sage. All are as ants when Gu An's doppelganger and Hongyazi headed to the Profound Abyss Divine Pool. Gu An's true self remained within the Daoist field of the beginningless. Gradually, Guan left less and less. Apart from his regular medicinal herb collection, he stayed in the field, contemplating alone in a bamboo forest. The disciples noticed his unusual behavior but were not worried, thinking he was about to create some extraordinary cultivation technique or divine skill. Time flies like an arrow. 100,000 years had passed since Li Lingtian came seeking help. Gu An's doppelganger and Hongyazi had already delved deep into the Profound Abyss Divine Pool and had run into trouble, trapped in a certain place, unable to leave. On this day, the weather was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. A gentle breeze blew into the bamboo forest, amidst the lush green scenery. Dressed in white, Guan sat on the steps in front of a pavilion, hair disheveled and clothes loosely draped, as if just awoken from a deep dream. One hand propped on the steps, the other on his knee, with 2 fingers holding a bamboo leaf. "What is it really?" Guan muttered to himself. Over the years, he had been seeking a certain feeling, but could never understand it. He even projected his lifespan multiple times, making the feeling stronger, a sense of almost grasping it but never quite. Even as a primordial profound venerable immortal, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Notably, his doppelganger also shared this sensation. This was the reason he hadn't immediately rescued Hongyazi. Trapped in the Profound Abyss Divine Pool, they were bound to encounter great difficulties, yet the emergence of that inexplicable feeling made their tribulation seem vague. Throughout, Gu An's cultivation had always been an enhancement in his Dao practice. Although he refined his Dao heart and used various methods to deepen his understanding of the great Dao, he had never before felt the presence of his mental state like now. In the unseen, it seemed a mental state awaited his breakthrough. After breaking through, it might not make him stronger, but he still yearned to achieve it. This feeling appeared after reaching the primordial profound venerable immortal realm. It seemed a power was guiding the primordial Dao fruit, thereby affecting Guan. At this moment, a figure walked out from the forest, approached Guan, and bowed. "Master, my immortal emperor's eye has been unsettled recently, causing my Dao heart to become aggressive. Why is this? I haven't encountered any stimuli." An Exayan asked Guan, her face full of worry. Since handing the affairs of the beginningless to Nzazai, she had dedicated herself entirely to cultivation. Now she had reached the cultivation level of the heaven-encompassing free immortal, leading all disciples of the beginningless. Gu An's gaze didn't leave the bamboo leaf in his hand. He softly answered, "Another pair of immortal emperor's eyes has emerged in the 3,000 great worlds. Your immortal emperor's eye senses its rival, disturbing your mind." On hearing this, an Exayan hurriedly asked, "How should I resolve this disturbance?" "Either go and eliminate the person, or temper your mind to overcome the influence of the immortal emperor's eye, and truly master it." Gu An's answer left an Exayan in deep thought. Killing was not an option, without grudges, even if the immortal emperor's eyes repelled each other, an Exayan couldn't bring herself to do that. Temper her mind? An Exayan felt challenged as she had been suffering recently. But no matter how hard, she had to overcome it. She couldn't bring shame to her master. "By the way, master, you've often come to this bamboo forest these years. What have you been studying?" An Exayan asked curiously. Guan glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. "Just like you, I need to overcome mental confusion." Hearing this, an Exayan showed a smile, feeling oddly relieved. Even a master as powerful as him faced similar situations. She felt inspired. The two continued chatting, with Guan inquiring about her cultivation, and she answered truthfully. The development of the beginningless to this point meant Guan no longer needed to personally guide the disciples, they could pass on their teachings themselves. And Zazai's management skills were impressive, even surpassing an Exayan, organizing the beginningless excellently, with no disciple treated unfairly. After staying for a while, an Exayan finally took her leave. Guan continued to sit where he was, thinking. Profound abyss divine pool, where the celestial vault was a dark red, mountains undulating, though there were trees, no flowers or leaves, and not a spot of green. Guan and Hongyazi walked among the mountains. Hongyazi looked around, frowning with impatience. He suddenly stopped, speaking in a low tone, "I've had enough. No matter where we walk, fly, or even destroy this place, we can't get out." Guan stopped, turned slightly, and glanced at him, asking, "If you don't move, will you wait for death? If it gets worse, we can cultivate here, maybe we'll break through and find a way out." "How long will it take to break through?" "But walking aimlessly, who knows how long it will take to get out? This profound abyss divine pool is too peculiar. Why haven't I heard of such a world restriction before?" Hongyazi said gloomily. As a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, had never encountered such a powerless situation since reaching this realm. Guan withdrew his gaze, continuing forward, leaving a sentence, "Then stay here. I'll move on alone. If I escape, I'll come back to save you. If I die ahead and you succeed in breaking through, leave my body." Upon hearing this, Hongyazi's face slightly changed, his gaze turning resentful. "Is there a need to speak so harshly?" Hongyazi cursed under his breath, then followed Gu An's steps. "I'm curious, why are you so calm?" Hongyazi asked as he came beside Guan. Guan looked ahead, retorting, "I'm curious too. Why are you so impatient? After all these years of cultivation, is our time trapped here even close to your seclusion time?" Hongyazi was at a loss, reflecting on himself. Could it be that his Dao heart really had issues? The two continued in silence for the rest of the journey. It's unclear how long they walked, maybe half a day, or decades, centuries, even millennia. Gu An's eyes changed, following his gaze. Ahead, on a slope, steels of various sizes were planted, inscribed with strange characters and obscure patterns. The previously numb Hongya was also attracted to the scene, taking out his horsetail whisk, wary of any abnormalities. The two continued forward, reaching the foot of the slope. They didn't rush up but observed from a distance. Their gaze was involuntarily drawn to the largest stele on the slope. S.E.A. the Novel Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That seems like old Celestial Court script, Hongya muttered. Guan asked in surprise, Old Celestial Court? There used to be other Celestial Courts? Hongya shook his head. The ancient heavenly court belongs to the previous celestial emperor, who lived longer than all beings of the heavenly Tao. So, earlier celestial courts became mere legends, known as the ancient heavenly court. An immortal god from the misty immortal court once obtained a cultivation technique from it. I was taught some and recognized the script. What does the stele say? Guan asked. Hongya's expression turned peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, he said, It says, without becoming a saint, all is ephemeral, beneath saints, all are ants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor. If one does not become a saint, all is illusion, beneath the saints, all are as insects. Saint. Guan heard this realm's name again, his intuition telling him that becoming a saint is not something achieved by simply accumulating Tao practice. Looking far and wide within and beyond the great Tao, not to mention saints, even the primordial profound venerable immortal is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, hard to encounter. As for those who surpass the primordial profound venerable immortal, Guan could only be certain that the celestial emperor was one such being. Hongya was also pondering this sentence, equally curious about what it meant to be a saint. As a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, how far was he from becoming a saint? The two men were each deep in thought, staring blankly at the stele scattered across the mountain before them. The realm of saints had greatly impacted them. Although Hongya's realm was lacking, he understood something of the ancient heavenly court. Seeing the words on those steles, he vaguely sensed that the being who left that sentence had an extremely deep Tao practice and a high immortal position. After a long while, Hongya snapped back to reality and said, These steles seem like the last words left by the immortal gods, filled with regret, despair, and anger. Who knows what they encountered? Guan spoke up, Let's keep moving forward. With that, he took the lead, heading uphill towards the mountaintop, with Hongya following closely behind. The two of them passed through the steles. Hongya remained vigilant, looking around cautiously, while Guan carefully felt the steles. These steles were not simple, containing many Tao intents, which were very subtle and completely imperceptible to Hongya. The Tao intents of the steles did not seem innate but rather clues left by the cultivators of the ancient heavenly court. When Gu An's divine sense connected with these Tao intents, he saw many scenes. Immortal gods fighting fiercely. No demons, no monsters, no ghosts, all were immortals exuding celestial Tao destiny. These scenes were merely fragments, not continuous. Guan patiently explored, hoping to see the figure of the celestial emperor. Unfortunately, after they crossed this hillside and looked ahead, the uneven slopes in the distance still had many steles standing, but these steles were much more sparsely distributed than those behind them. Hongya quickened his pace, having seemingly discovered something, becoming more interested in these steles. Guan felt the same. As time went by, he still hadn't seen any images of the celestial emperor, but instead became aware of a celestial Tao venerable. Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor. This Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor was the enemy of the immortal gods in the images, and his might was the source of many immortal gods' despair. It's uncertain whether this Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor is still the celestial Tao venerable of the heavenly court today. If so, doesn't that mean the Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor lived even longer than the celestial emperor? After all, according to Hongya, the ancient heavenly court was presided over by the previous celestial emperor. Guan held many speculations in his mind, but his steps never ceased. In the darkness of the night, hundreds of cultivators gathered on the wasteland, all meditating to heal, Liya among them. Liya was still dressed in black, a treasure sword imbued with a silvery blue aura floating behind him. His pale complexion made it clear he suffered from severe internal injuries. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing upwards. Amidst the night, few stars were visible, making the celestial vault unsettlingly oppressive. He turned his head, his eyes betraying a look of fear. Following his gaze, at the edge of the world loomed an enormous figure, like a giant shadow encompassing half of heaven and earth. The place he stood was not the world but the palm of a giant hand. The vast wasteland below was just a small part of the palm. In the dim, oppressive void, a figure enshrouded in black mist moved slowly, its form humanoid, seemingly clad in heavy armor, adorned with menacing and sharp spikes. In its right hand, at first glance, the palm seemed empty, but in reality, Liya and hundreds of cultivators were within, appearing even smaller than dust. This terrifying figure walked through the void, its steps unhurried. Just seeing the figure caused a chill to run through Liya. His gaze drifted to the distance, amid the clustered people, where a yellow-robed elder sat meditating, his complexion also grim. Not only Liya, but many others were watching this yellow-robed elder. The yellow-robed elder was the most powerful existence among these cultivators, with a cultivation level reaching the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. Previously in the profound yuan-free immortal realm, Liya couldn't even imagine how strong a heaven-balancing golden immortal could be. It was said to be comparable to the cultivation level of a celestial god. The yellow-robed elder possessed not only profound cultivation but was also the patriarch of a sect from a great thousand world, establishing a dojo in the great Tao void. Liya originally went to hear the Tao, but during the session, he and other attendees were captured by mysterious evil demons. While listening to the Tao, the yellow-robed elder's Tao intent felt unfathomably profound to him, incomparable even to Guan's level at the time. When the evil demons attacked, the yellow-robed elder wielded a magical treasure, displaying great divine skills, shaking the entire universe, with myriad dharma aspects emerging endlessly, broadening his horizons. Yet, with a single counter, the evil demons suppressed the elder and the Tao listeners entirely. The mighty heaven-balancing golden immortal had no power to resist. Liya couldn't fathom the extent of this evil demon's Tao practice level. He couldn't help but think of what the Golden Crow Divine Sovereign once told Guan when faced with him. Miaozhen Daluo Immortal Realm Perfection. This was Guan's realm. Afterward, he traveled the world, never hearing the words Miaozhen Daluo Immortal anywhere, not even in outer heaven. Bringing up this realm's name caused him inexplicable trepidation, so much so that he dared not inquire further. Junior brother Gu, if you were here, with such a realm of Miaozhen Daluo Immortal, could you defeat this demon? Liya thought silently. Even with utmost trust in Guan, he lacked the confidence to say Guan would surely surpass this demon. The yellow-robed elder's divine skills were vast, seemingly mobilizing the power of the 3,000 great Tao. Recalling that scene still left him incredulous. Yet the evil demon's one move ended everything. The evil demon seemed to respond as casually as Guan did when dealing with the dark god. Liya longed for Guan to appear yet feared that his arrival might only ensnare him in trouble. Liya, oh Liya, when will you truly stand on your own? How long will you rely on junior brother Gu? Why haven't you considered how junior brother Gu reached this point? Liya gritted his teeth, internally resenting his weakness. At this critical moment, he still longed for Guan's intervention. At that moment, in the darkness ahead, a beam of light like sunshine burst forth, dispelling the darkness, illuminating Liya and the hundreds of cultivators. Everyone looked up, their faces lit up, quickly some became excited. Within the strong light, a figure approached them, appearing like an immortal god, exuding an aura of invincibility from its mere stance. Immortal monarch Xuanmiao of the celestial court is here, demon, submit now without resistance. A powerful and domineering voice resounded through the void, stirring the emotions of the hundreds of cultivators. Liya, however, felt a sense of confusion. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Profound mystery? Sir the Nell Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Unbelievably Powerful Immortal Monarch Xuanmiao. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding Liya felt a thrill upon hearing that the opponent claimed to be from the celestial court and even an immortal monarch. They all rose and focused intently on immortal monarch Xuanmiao, who was enveloped in a strong light, their eyes filled with anticipation. Immortal gods, even if not compassionate enough in the hearts of cultivators, still have their responsibilities, especially in the fight against evil demons. Since ancient times, immortal gods have never been lenient in opposing outer heaven demons, which is also why the 3,000 great worlds still aspire to ascend to immortality. The human world is full of incense for immortal gods. The mysterious evil demon holding the hundreds of cultivators didn't respond. He raised his left hand, and rolling demonic chi appeared out of thin air, surging continuously, finally condensing into a long weapon, much like a spear, only the spearhead resembled the head and neck of a fierce beast, terribly frightening. Sarch * the Novel Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to erupt. Even the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm yellow-robed elder held his breath in concentration. Immortal monarch Xuanmiao strode forward from the powerful light of the heavenly Tao, his aura continuously rising, causing the dark void to present a twisted scene of purple and red. Even though being suppressed in the palm of the evil demon, the cultivators could feel the powerful aura of immortal monarch Xuanmiao, which was not even inferior to that of the evil demon. Liya was so shocked that he was left speechless. Immortal monarch Xuanmiao's form overlapped with the Li Xuanmiao in his memory, the two of them being from the same family, though Li Xuanmiao had cultivated in Mount Sanqing since childhood, leading to an unfamiliar relationship between them, yet they had met quite a few times. Has Li Xuanmiao ascended to immortality? How is that possible? Liya suddenly realized he hadn't seen Li Xuanmiao in many years. But something didn't feel right. How could these years be enough for someone to ascend to immortality and become so powerful? He couldn't understand it and even felt on the verge of collapse. It wasn't jealousy of Li Xuanmiao. He just felt that his own talent and opportunities seemed like a joke. Since leaving the Taicang continent, he hadn't slackened for nearly 20 million years. He didn't know how many times he had narrowly escaped death, and the opportunities he had obtained were extraordinary, causing those around him at that time to marvel, believing he was the child of destiny. But now, compared to Li Xuanmiao, what counted as his achievements? Just by sensing Li Xuanmiao's aura, he felt he couldn't measure up at all. Before it was Guan, now it's another clan brother. At this moment, he forgot life and death, only staring blankly at Li Xuanmiao's approaching figure. Li Xuanmiao also conjured a divine weapon with dragon chi coiling around it in his hand. Since you refuse to cease, then meet your end. Li Xuanmiao's voice rang out again, and as his words fell, he fiercely thrust forward with his spear. A terrifying torrent of mana exploded, lighting up the entire void, depriving hundreds of cultivators of color in their vision. Liya instinctively closed his eyes. His divine sense couldn't extend as it felt scorching pain once it left his body, frightening him into hastily retracting it. Unable to see, he felt the world spinning, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. After a good while, Liya heard a rumbling sound in his ears, gradually able to open his eyes. What he saw was a magnificent battle scene reflected in his eyes, making him open his mouth unconsciously. Not only him, but the other cultivators were experiencing the same. They were all bound to the ground, unable to detach from it, which prevented them from falling. In their vision, the external void rotated quickly, causing dizziness, with demonic chi and golden flames interweaving, forming various spectacular scenes, like a kaleidoscope. Li Xuanmiao and the mysterious evil demon had already started battling. Li Xuanmiao displayed his Dharma aspect, his form not inferior to the mysterious evil demon in the slightest. Both wielded their divine weapons with incredible speed, divine skills moving effortlessly, without the need to cast a spell. Various Dharma aspects and divine skills collided, shaking the void. Soon, the void shattered, and the surging wind of the great Tao swept them into deeper darkness. The heavenly Daoist strong light on Li Xuanmiao was so bright, illuminating the cultivators, none of whom spoke, engrossed in watching the battle nervously. Powerful, inconceivable. This was everyone's impression. The momentum of those divine skills was not only magnificent but also incomprehensible to them. As Li Xuanmiao swung his spear, it spun, causing slices of heaven and earth to shoot out along the spear's body, colliding with the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon seemed to have invisible clones, causing the Jin Qi around Li Xuanmiao to be continuously impacted. In the midst of battle, the mysterious evil demon would sometimes open its mouth, releasing countless demons that charged forward one after another toward Li Xuanmiao. They were actually able to penetrate the celestial Dao flame and land on Li Xuanmiao's armor. Li Xuanmiao frowned slightly. Although he could disperse the demons on his body, he could feel a power of cause and effect eroding his mana. While he hadn't fallen into a disadvantaged position, he couldn't suppress the mysterious evil demon in a short time either. This was his first battle after ascending to immortality. The dark heavenly court had invaded. He was responsible for roaming the 3,000 great worlds, eradicating the dark demons that infiltrated, and the reason he arrived in time was that he calculated Li Ya's peril. He wasn't familiar with Li Ya, but the bloodline cause and effect was there, and he could feel it. Saving Li Ya was merely a convenient act, unrelated to anyone's relationship. Now, Li Xuanmiao only wanted to defeat the dark demon in front of him. Even though he was not obedient to the will of the celestial court, at this moment, he had to defend the dignity of the heavenly court immortals and must not disappoint his master's expectations. Li Xuanmiao's gaze sharpened, blood-red Dao patterns surfaced on his forehead as he swept across with his spear single-handedly. A terrifying and vast golden rainbow erupted, pushing back the mysterious evil demon. The golden rainbow pierced through the darkness, as if cleaving everything in two. Immediately, countless golden chains emerged from within the golden rainbow, quickly binding the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon struggled madly, unable to break free in a short time. They continued descending, below appearing a vast river of qi, a long river of the great Dao. Li Xuanmiao paid no mind to where they had arrived, continuing to cast his spells. Over the mysterious evil demon's head appeared layers of golden wheels, from which a golden giant cauldron descended, directly falling and enshrouding the mysterious evil demon. A strange and ear-piercing chant echoed, as if countless people were chanting together, causing Li Ya and the other cultivators to feel their divine souls turn upside down. Fortunately, the feeling came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once they had cleared their minds, they looked up to see the world enveloped by a golden screen of light, within which were densely packed exotic characters and patterns, immersing them in the true meaning of heaven and earth, overwhelming them at first glance. At the same time, far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan was observing this battle. His avatar was in the profound abyss divine pool, seeking more information about the saint, and Li Xuanmiao was engaged in the battle. What a coincidence indeed. Li Xuanmiao's current cultivation level had already reached the Tai Qin Golden Immortal realm, while the mysterious evil demon was also a Tai Qin Golden Immortal. However, compared to the mysterious evil demon, Li Xuanmiao's realm was forcibly elevated by the celestial Dao destiny, resulting in a certain disparity in strength between them. Guan also heard Li Ya's inner voice. Senior brother, the demon before you is nothing, even Hong Yazi, who surpasses him by 100,000 times, is just as confused. Guan thought with a smile on his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791. Persistence. Guan didn't make a move immediately, but continued watching Li Xuanmiao battle the evil demon. Although Li Xuanmiao was not a match, this fight could temper him. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze to Li Ya. Although he would tease Li Ya about always getting beaten when they met, in reality, he greatly admired Li Ya. His nurturing of Li Ya was far less than that of his disciples, yet Li Ya's growth, despite being full of hardships, saw an undoubtedly fast increase in his cultivation level. Among his peers, how many could compare? Li Ya's fate was constantly changing, even without Guan's interference. He could change his destiny through opportunities. Once, his fate was to become the #1 great cultivator in the world, but now, his fate was no longer confined to the celestial spirit great world. This perilous encounter also altered Li Ya's destiny. Li Ya surprisingly had a cause and effect destiny line for ascending to immortality. After this battle, ascending to immortality would become his obsession. Once Li Ya had an obsession, he would exert all his strength to achieve his goal. It was precisely this personality that had supported him to this day. In some sense, Li Ya resembled the protagonist in novels from his past life on Earth. In his spare time, Guan would often focus on him, as if following a thrilling drama series. Until dusk fell, the battle between Li Xuanmiao and the evil demon had not yet concluded, and they had fallen into a great river of the great Tao, fortuitously the river of destiny. Lu Qiuxian, although still in the river of destiny, was already able to detach from it. He was obtaining enlightenment deep within, seemingly creating a great divine power about the path of destiny. Li Xuanmiao's battle had been noticed by Lu Qiuxian, yet he was unconcerned. He also knew that the immortal gods were immortal and unextinguishable, and he did not wish to get involved in the matters of the celestial court. Guan stood up, stretching his waist in the courtyard. Recently, he rarely stayed in that patch of bamboo forest, deciding to relax for a period, no longer straining his mind on that mysterious state of mind. If you can't figure it out, why not let it go for now? Guan also wanted to be as persistent as Li Ya, but if he couldn't achieve it, he could only give up. If all else fails, it's still not beyond cheating. He would never give up on the ability to evolve lifespan. He always thought he wasn't a genius, and that getting to this day was solely due to his lifespan evolution ability. Even though he had become powerful, he would not deny this fact, nor fakely intend to give up this ability. The reason he would seek enlightenment on his own was to find something to do during the years of storing lifespan. He could take shortcuts to become strong, but he couldn't afford not to understand his power after becoming strong. Guan casually chatted a bit with Shenzhen in front of the artifact refining cauldron, then returned to the house alone. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day came. Guan walked out of the house, holding a flute, heading out of the courtyard. The dojo was filled with rolling mountains, the green hills and waters grand and picturesque. The floating spirit mist made the world seem more like an immortal realm. Although Guan was already used to the scenery in the dojo, every time he stepped out of the courtyard, he felt a sense of contentment. The many worlds he could see, but what truly belonged to him was the little world within the dojo, where everything brought him satisfaction. He stepped into the forest, enjoying the morning breeze brushing against his face. The flowers and plants by the roadside were vibrant, with a faint hint of spirited beings passing by. Those were spiritual objects formed by the condensation of Tao intent, possessing a degree of spiritual intelligence, but unable to contact living spirits, let alone communicate, merely existing in the same dojo but not in the same space. Along the way, Guan reached the cliff halfway up the mountain. Looking far ahead, he saw a dozen disciples practicing swordplay by a small river between the mountains some 10 miles away, guided by a 5th-generation disciple. Such scenes were present in several places within the dojo. Wuxia had already formed its Daoist lineage, with complete regulations and order, requiring no effort from Guan. Having developed to the present, Wuxia was no longer just a dojo belonging to Guan alone, but also an embodiment of the disciples' efforts. Over the long years, the 2nd-generation disciples, when traveling outside, had established a very positive image for Wuxia, earning it the reputation of a human world immortal cultivation holy land. Every year, people would come to the edge of the 9 spirit continents seeking to join Wuxia to cultivate immortality, but even entering Wuxia was difficult, let alone becoming a citizen of the 9 spirit dynasty. Guan raised the flute in his hand and spun it with one hand, his gaze already falling on Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao was beginning to fall into a disadvantage. Within the vast river of destiny, the mysterious evil demon was entangled entirely with black chains formed by the path of cause and effect, wielding the long spear to attack Li Xuanmiao. His offensive continued to intensify, forcing Li Xuanmiao to retreat step by step. Li Xuanmiao, hair disheveled, his armor on the verge of breaking, seemed quite in distress, as if heading towards a dead end. Li Xuanmiao furrowed his brows tightly, as the demonic creatures spewing from the mysterious evil demon's mouth were devouring his mana, and now the black chains around the mysterious evil demon were shattering his mana each time they struck. He had exerted every means he possessed, repeatedly deploying all the divine skills and secret techniques at his disposal. The best scenario he managed was to shatter the mysterious evil demon's physical body, yet within a very short time, it would regroup again, leaving him feeling powerless. Could I be defeated? Li Xuanmiao thought with unwillingness in his heart. Being an immortal god, even in death, he could resurrect in the celestial court. Still, he was unwilling for his first battle as an immortal god to end in failure. Hundreds of cultivators trapped in the palm of the mysterious evil demon once again fell into despair. His speed is getting slower. I can barely make out some of his moves. If even the celestial immortal monarch can't deal with this demon, then we're really doomed. Rumor has it that the celestial court is the gathering place for immortal gods. Surely they wouldn't dispatch only one immortal god, right? Do you know what an immortal monarch represents? Currently, all the immortal gods campaigning across the 3,000 great worlds are of a lower immortal position tier than him. Damn it, to think I'd die at the hands of an unknown evil demon without even a name. How frustrating. The cultivators were discussing among themselves, with many remaining silent, their eyes filled with fear. More than death, they feared enduring tortures worse than death. This demon was so powerful, yet it did not kill them, instead taking them somewhere, clearly not allowing them an easy death. Leah had long since come out from his complicated emotions, now filled only with concern, fearing Li Xuanmiao might encounter misfortune. He didn't believe such a coincidental occurrence. With his cultivation level, he could already perceive the cause and effect between people. Being an immortal monarch, Li Xuanmiao was naturally capable of the same. He felt Li Xuanmiao had come specifically to save him, even though they were not well acquainted, but after all, they were of the same lineage. Don't be stupid, finally reaching immortality, there's no need to fight to the death for us, Leah muttered softly, hoping Li Xuanmiao could hear. At that moment, the mysterious evil demon roared angrily, the chains around its body quickly intertwining, unexpectedly revealing a black coffin. SEA the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as the black coffin appeared, the surrounding great Daoist air currents surged towards it, and even Li Xuanmiao felt a horrible pulling force. Li Xuanmiao, looking at the black coffin larger than the mysterious evil demon itself, was filled with intense unease. The existence within this coffin was undoubtedly very dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792. The black coffin was suspended behind the mysterious evil spirit, its lid slowly opening amidst the chaos of the great Tao. Even those like Leah, who were held within the palm of the mysterious evil spirit, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They all turned their heads to look and saw the black coffin, larger than the evil spirit itself. From their vantage point, they couldn't even see the top of the coffin. What could be in there? Everyone held a sense of unease that was more torturous than awaiting death. Li Xuanmiao, who was also being pulled by the black coffin's force, sensed something amiss. His intuition told him that if he were to come into contact with that black coffin, it would certainly lead to a bad ending. The lid of the black coffin opened a crack, revealing a darkness even blacker than the void, which, upon a single glance, seemed to draw one's mind into a never-ending oppressiveness. Li Xuanmiao forcibly withdrew his gaze and glanced toward the right arm of the mysterious evil spirit. He decided to first save those people before his imminent death. His expression suddenly changed, becoming cold and fierce. A gate of light manifested out of thin air behind him, pouring forth an immense amount of celestial Tao destiny, which then flowed into his body, granting him temporary strength to escape the pull of the black coffin. He leapt into the air, moving agilely to the side of the mysterious evil spirit. In his hand, he wielded a divine spear, gathering his most powerful mana, intending to thrust it toward the right arm of the mysterious demon. At that moment, Li Xuanmiao's face changed dramatically. He suddenly found himself in a place of absolute darkness, without the mysterious evil spirit around him and without the river of destiny beneath his feet. To his horror, he realized he couldn't move. He could only laboriously lift his eyes and see a massive object faintly visible in the darkness above him, which upon closer inspection was indeed the black coffin summoned by the mysterious evil spirit. The black coffin continued to open. How is this possible? Li Xuanmiao's eyes widened. No matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't move his body or soul. He couldn't distinguish whether he had fallen into an illusion realm or was sealed in another space. As the lid of the black coffin opened further, a black claw covered in scales emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. This grip sent a jolt through Li Xuanmiao's heart. He began to feel fear. This emotion was beyond his control, swiftly spreading and occupying his entire heart. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he could only gaze dazedly at that black claw. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from afar, growing clearer, gradually dispelling the fear in Li Xuanmiao's heart. Li Xuanmiao turned his head to look, but saw nothing. All around was extreme darkness, yet the flute music brought him a sense of peace. Is it you? Li Xuanmiao's gaze became complex. Immortal gods are immortal and indestructible, and Venerable Guangfa Taiguang certainly wouldn't take action. The only one who might is his master in the mortal realm. He immediately relaxed and, when looking again at the black coffin and the emerging black claw, he felt no fear. The darkness was larger than the world itself, and in its presence, Li Xuanmiao was extremely small. But now, he feared nothing and even showed a playful expression. Even after joining the celestial court and witnessing worlds of higher realms, in his heart, Guan remained the strongest. Even the legendary celestial Dao Venerable or celestial emperor might not be stronger than his master. He knew that expressing such thoughts would make him a laughingstock, but he firmly believed it. Guan did not exude an aura more formidable than Venerable Guangfa Taiguang, but Gu An's demeanor was so calm and mysterious, giving an impression of profound enigma that no one else could. Boom! The lid of the black coffin was suddenly blasted open, and a terrifying dark shadow seemed ready to burst forth. A strong light descended from above, instantly enveloping the black coffin, scaring the shadow back into the coffin. Then, Li Xuanmiao saw an indescribable giant claw descend from the strong light, grasping the black coffin directly. This seemed to be the claw of some divine bird, making the enormous black coffin appear like a small block of wood under its grasp. With a shocked expression, Li Xuanmiao watched as the divine bird's claw, holding the black coffin, vanished into the strong light, coming and going swiftly. Before he could react, the surrounding darkness abruptly shattered, and he found himself back on the river of destiny, with an arm suspended in front of him, the arm of the mysterious evil spirit, with hundreds of cultivators including Li Yi still standing in its palm. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators were looking up, all dumbfounded and trembling all over. The mysterious evil spirit and that black coffin had already vanished without a trace. That claw just now, one cultivator asked in a trembling voice. The mysterious evil spirit was tremendously terrifying, and the earlier battle had already driven them to despair. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious bird claw descended and directly dispersed the mysterious evil spirit, taking away that black coffin. Everything happened so fast, it made them doubt if what they had seen was real. No one answered the cultivator's question, but Li Xuanmiao did hear it, which further convinced him that his experience just now was real. Was that my master's mount? But I've never seen him raise any divine birds. Li Xuanmiao looked at the mysterious evil spirit's arm, his mind filled with bewilderment. You have successfully seized 61,982,073,922 years of lifespan from the cause and effect greedy demon, Tai Ching Golden Immortal Realm Perfection. Guan looked at the notification in front of him, then lifted his right hand. He stood on the cliff of the Daoist field of the beginningless, facing the vast, spectacular mountain scenery. A bird descended from the sky, which was his Tongxian venerable spirit, the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow landed on his hand, clutching a small black object with its beak, which was the black coffin, now shrunk to the size of a finger. Guan raised his left hand, took the black coffin, and it enlarged, but still could be held with one hand. There was something inside the coffin. This was an existence more terrifying than the cause and effect greedy demon, with a cultivation level reaching the early stage of Miao Zhen Daluo Immortal Realm, 2 major realms higher than Li Xuanmiao, which was the reason Guan took action. Guan temporarily did not intend to destroy the evil demon inside. He found it intriguing, so he squeezed it with his hand, setting a powerful restriction, turning the black coffin into a black plate, which he casually hung on his belt. Then he turned and walked down the mountain, with the Wuxia divine sparrow hopping onto his shoulder. As Guan descended the mountain, he petted it. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he happened to encounter Nzazai. Seeing him, Nzazai immediately saluted, then smiled and asked, "Ancestor, are you taking this divine sparrow out for a stroll again? When will it develop spiritual intelligence?" Sea the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow was brought by Guan from the outside and often flew around in the dojo. All disciples knew it, but none had seen it display its strength, and its aura was also very weak, appearing unimpressive. Guan smiled and replied, "Speaking is not the only sign of developing spiritual intelligence. In fact, it is quite clever and understands all things in the world." Nzazai nodded, not daring to contradict Guan. He then said, "Ancestor, the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance has an alliance hierarch attempting to attain a golden immortal Dao fruit and has invited great cultivators from all over to observe the tribulation crossing. They also sent an invitation to Wuxia. Should I represent Wuxia in attending to watch?" Mentioning the golden immortal Dao fruit, a peculiar sparkle appeared on his face. This realm had already shaken the immortal cultivation realm, and he had long heard of it, but he didn't know how powerful a golden immortal was and had always aspired to witness it. This time, he also wanted to go see the spectacle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Perfection Realm. The celestial spirit Great World is about to birth an innate golden immortal. Although this tribulation crosser comes from another great thousand world, he has already rooted himself in the celestial spirit Great World, and his achievements will also drive the development of the celestial spirit Great World. Even though Guan had foreseen this long ago, the arrival of this moment still made him somewhat emotional. In the past, the celestial spirit Great World had hardly any free immortals, let alone golden immortals. At that time, the Great World was divided into countless little worlds, and the Daoist Zhang immortal hid deep within the void, indifferent to worldly affairs. Now, not only have the Daoist Zhang immortals appeared in the human world to establish sects or open dojos to teach the Dao, spreading their immortal name widely, even profound Yuan free immortals are doing the same. Beneath the 3,000 great worlds are countless little worlds, known as the mortal realms. The cultivators in these mortal realms, upon reaching the limits of heaven and earth, will all ascend. Many ascenders of the celestial spirit Great World either merge into the world or continue to rise to legendary status. Every day, splendid events unfold across the land. During Guan's leisure, he always finds matters that pique his interest when he takes a sweeping glance at the world. Since you wish to go, then go. You may take a group of disciples, decide the number yourself, Guan said to Nzazai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nzazai immediately flashed a smile, quickly bowed, and thanked him. Ancestor, in your opinion, will that person succeed in breaking through? Nzazai asked curiously. Guan replied, he will succeed. In the future, the world will welcome the era of the golden immortals. In the years to come, each era will be longer, and the changes from one era to another will not be defined by great calamities. Hearing this, Nzazai felt even more eager for the future. Guan did not say more and left with the Wuxia divine sparrow. Nzazai watched him leave and, observing his leisurely demeanor, felt deeply moved. What about golden immortals? The ancestor's cultivation level is much higher than that of golden immortals, yet he never becomes arrogant because of it, nor is he greedy for power. He prefers a quiet pastoral life. Nzazai most admired the ancestor for this ability to remain calm and peaceful. He had once tried to imitate this but regrettably, after a long time in seclusion, he would always yearn to go out and could never fully convince himself to let go of fame and fortune. Currently, he manages the affairs big and small of Wuxia, and although it is arduous, he finds it meaningful. If he truly let go of the power in his hands, he definitely would feel some reluctance. Guan, with his back to Zai, heard the youngster's inner thoughts and his lips curled into a subtle smile. Since the birth of the first innate golden immortal in the celestial spirit great world, heaven and earth shook, and the atmosphere in the immortal cultivation realm seemed ready to soar upward. The innate golden immortal preached to all living beings, and the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the entire world, benefiting countless living creatures, and even those mortals who had not cultivated gained many insights. The passage of time accelerated. Gu An's range of activity remained within the celestial spirit great world. If an old friend encountered trouble, he wouldn't personally appear because the Wuxia Divine Sparrow's intervention was sufficient. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow could extend his lifespan, which was far more advantageous than avatars or puppets, allowing him to relax more. As the constellations changed and earthly agitations unfolded over countless years, the human world had undergone significant changes. Now arrived at the Daoist beginning era, cultivators soared on celestial inquiries, pursuing higher realms, thus sparking a significant development in Daoist techniques. Great cultivators from all around the world taught the Tao, advancing the celestial Tao destiny in the human world, hence it was known as the Daoist beginning era. All living beings could feel the rise of the celestial spirit great world, the future could only become better, thus it was named, beginning, symbolizing that the path toward the great Tao of this great thousand world had only just begun. That year, at the beginning of autumn, nearing noon, Guan appeared out of nowhere within a bamboo forest and walked towards a pavilion among the woods. He had just gone to break through and had now reached the primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection. The progress from the middle stage to the perfection realm took nearly 30 trillion years of lifespan, reducing his accumulated lifespan over many years to more than 15 trillion years. Although the consumption was great, the effect was significant. The higher the great realm, the greater the gap between small realms. Take the primordial profound venerable immortal, for instance. A mere one-level difference in a minor realm signifies an absolute disparity in strength. Given this, striving for higher realms requires at least having an accumulated lifespan of 1 billion years. 1 billion years should indeed be called 10,000 trillion years. 10,000 trillion years can also be referred to as a quadrillion years. Guan thought about the Xuanzi algorithm of ancient Wuxia, which recorded, in the method of large numbers, 10,000 is called a yi, 10,000 is a zhao, 10,000 zhao is a jing, 10,000 jing is a gai, 10,000 gai is a zi, 10,000 zi is a liang, 10,000 liang is a go, 10,000 go is a jian, 10,000 jian is a zheng, 10,000 zheng is a zai. His lifespan number had not yet surpassed the imagination of the ancients of Wuxia, indicating it was still not enough. As Guan reflected, upon reaching the primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection, his vision expanded once more, allowing him to see more unknown territories and a grander great Tao. He realized that the road ahead was still long. Fortunately, within the known range, no one could threaten him. The novel, F. Iyer. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the Celestial Emperor and a few Celestial Tao Venerables, their whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps they were exploring more vast and distant domains, having likely grown weary of everything within the Celestial Tao over the long years. Guan strolled back leisurely as usual, making people feel as if he had merely gone out for a brief distraction. Though only away for 2 hours, his power had transformed profoundly. 2 hours, even giving a primordial profound venerable immortal 10 million years, or 1 billion years, couldn't result in such progress. Gu An's eyes turned toward the 3,000 great worlds. The struggle for the Son of Heaven had reached its final stages, with 90% of the great thousand worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's command. Xianyuan human venerable continued to resist stubbornly, but the outcome was clear, and the immortal gods under his command were restless, feeling anxious about the future. Su Yu, who often accompanied Zhang Buku, seemed to be plotting something. With him, Guan wasn't worried that Xianyuan human venerable's defeat would implicate Zhang Buku. Guan arrived at a small river and stopped just before crossing, looking into the distance where a giant 7-colored light shield stood amidst the mountains, forming its own barrier world. Within, 2 Wuxia disciples were sparring, both being free immortals. This made Guan somewhat sentimental. The 9th generation disciples already had some reaching the free immortal realm, and though it was the two strongest of the 9th generation, it still gave Guan the sense that the era of the Holy Court had become distant. He stood in place, starting to observe intently. His relationship with his disciples and grand-disciples wasn't particularly close. He rarely guided his grand-disciples' cultivation, but he occasionally viewed their cultivation results. The time needed to achieve free immortal status was becoming increasingly shorter, but the transition from free immortal to Daoist Zhangzizai immortal still remained long. The reincarnation tribulation was difficult to complete, with countless free immortals stuck at it for millions of years. To bypass the reincarnation tribulation, the only path is to become a primordial Dao Emperor. Because of this, the primordial Dao Emperor has gained high status in the celestial spirit great world, symbolizing ultimate talent. Striving to become a primordial Dao Emperor is equally challenging, but at least, for the world's cultivators, it represents a possible path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Turning the Tide. By sheer effort, Guan stood by the river for quite a while, then crossed the small river and walked toward the mountain where he resided. An hour later, he entered his courtyard. Coincidentally, Wuxia Xianxia was also there, discussing a major event of the world with Shenzhen. Guan had become accustomed. Although Wuxia does not intervene in worldly affairs, he is not completely detached from the world. The disciples always have exchanges with the sects, and whenever a major event occurs in the world, Wuxia's disciples will always make an appearance. Of course, this is also the thought of the sections. Having Wuxia's disciples present, whether to preach or host conferences, will bring prestige and demonstrate one's status. Although Wuxia does not seek domination, countless legends have been passed down since antiquity, and no one dares to shake Wuxia's prestige. Till now, the world has not witnessed the birth of a second innate golden immortal. Do you think the demon emperor can succeed? He is still far from the rank of innate golden immortal. But that innate golden immortal claimed he possesses the potential for golden immortal, and at this grand event of the demon race, the demon emperor will exhibit the process of breaking through to the profound Yuan free immortal. If successful, he will be the youngest profound Yuan free immortal. That is simply because we, Wuxia, do not compare ourselves with the outside world. Facing Wuxia Xianxia's curiosity, Shenzhen appeared calm, showing no interest in the demon emperor. She glanced at Guan without paying much attention. Wuxia Xianxia saluted Guan, then continued chatting with Shenzhen, and those not knowing might think they were master and disciple. Guan returned inside, preparing to take a nap. With his cultivation level, he could do without sleep, but recently he enjoyed experiencing the red dust in dreams. In dreams, he crafted a unique life, experiencing it firsthand. He discovered he could make dreams become reality, creating the world from his dreams. However, he is not omnipotent, at least he cannot create a Dao world stronger than his cultivation level. He increasingly believed that the so-called heavens and earth were not products of the great Dao, but were opened up by powerful beings. There is no heaven or earth within the great Dao river, even if there is, they are the fallen ones entering in, without an original cause and effect relationship. S.E.A. the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Guan fell asleep, Wuxia Xianxia managed to persuade Shenzhen to accompany her to the demon race's grand event. The Dao treasures in their hands had just been reforged by Guan. In this world, no one could harm them. After they departed, the courtyard of Guan fell silent. The sun set, the moon rose, and the seasons changed. When the two ladies returned, half a year had passed. Guan stepped out from the house, stretched lazily under the sun. You didn't sleep until now, did you? Shenzhen questioned with a suspicious look. Guan glanced at her, countering, why not? Nowadays, his medicine gardens around the region flourished anew, planted with high-tier spiritual grass. Each time he harvested, he could prolong the time. High-tier cultivation herbs mature over decades, and do not much diminish lifespan. Now, he not only gained ample time but also his annual income of lifespan increased to nearly 3 billion years. In Wuxia's Daoist field of the beginningless, the medicinal herbs planted were too numerous to count. Every disciple had their own medicine garden. Guan would not interfere, and if he wanted to explode in lifespan, he could do it any time, but only if a crisis arrived beforehand. He would not reveal even a trace of his ability to seize lifespan. Well, would you like to hear about our experiences at the demon race? Shenzhen walked toward Guan, asking with a smile. Guan nodded, letting her speak while reminiscing about his dream. He lived another lifetime as Yang Xian, never taking innocent lives, focusing on chivalry, living a splendid life. The name of the sword Dao Saint ancestor re-emerged. Acquiring this title is not only due to his strength but also his merits. Unaware of Gu An's thoughts, Shenzhen eagerly shared about the demon race's festivities. Initially, she wasn't interested in the demon emperor, but seeing the demon emperor crossing the tribulation and his attitude towards people and matters, she had a change in perspective. She thought the demon emperor truly might become the second innate golden immortal. Interestingly, why did I feel the demon emperor's form and voice resembled yours somewhat? Although there's a significant difference, from afar, his silhouette looks like him seeing you. Shenzhen looked at Guan suspiciously, curiously asked, hoping to discern something from Gu An's expression. The origin of the demon emperor has always been a mystery worldwide. Rumors once suggested a connection between the demon emperor and the ancestor master Wuxia. Even Wuxi's disciples had asked Guan, but he firmly denied it. Shenzhen returned in high spirits, feeling she might have discovered the link between the demon emperor and Guan. Not only did they resemble in form, but there were also some indistinct causes and effects on the demon emperor that could not be deduced, yet indeed existed. This feeling, she only detected in Guan, knowing she specialized in cause and effect. Concerning the achievement in the path of cause and effect, no Wuxia disciple could rival her, except for Fairy Yao Xian, who was stronger but not considered a Wuxia disciple. Guan looked at her, his expression serious, and said solemnly, "Some causes and effects are best left unprobed, otherwise." Shenzhen was stunned by his shift in demeanor. She had never seen Guan so serious and felt a bit unnerved. "Beware, it'll erase your memory." Guan revealed a smile, raising his hand to gently tap her forehead. Shenzhen came back to her senses, instantly understanding Guan was teasing her. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. As she was about to inquire further, Zazai appeared, bowing to Guan, saying, "Ancestor, 2 immortal gods have come to visit you. One calls himself Zixuan Old Immortal, and the other calls himself Tai Immortal Monarch." Seeing Zazai show up, Shenzhen stopped questioning since Guan refused to disclose the connection with the demon emperor, clearly for a reason. She could only ask privately. "Bring them to the mountain viewing pavilion." Guan replied, and Zazai immediately disappeared from where he stood. "All right, I have matters to attend to, you should rest first." Guan left these words behind and departed. His awakening was not merely to greet Shenzhen. Watching his departing figure, Shenzhen clicked her tongue in amazement. "Remarkable. They say demon transformations take reference from appearance they find appealing, speaking of which, the looks of celestial demon child, celestial cyan, celestial by seemed familiar as if I've seen them somewhere before, elsewhere." Guan walked all the way to the mountain viewing pavilion. Standing in the pavilion, he gazed at the nearby great waterfall. Before long, Zazai led Zixuan Old Immortal and Tai Immortal Monarch there. Zazai showed great curiosity toward the 2 immortal gods. Although immortal gods are no longer just intangible legends, he had yet to truly interact with immortal gods. Guan nodded slightly at Zazai, indicating for him to leave. After Zazai left, Zixuan Old Immortal stood in the pavilion, bowing to Guan and saying, "Please, Ancestor Master Wuxia, intervene and save the world for human venerable." Guan turned around, looking at him, expressionless. Tai Immortal Monarch stood beside Zixuan Old Immortal, saying nothing, but observing Gu An's expression. "I am not a celestial court immortal god, nor do I have the ambition to ascend to immortality. Why should I assist him?" Guan asked coldly. This moment, his look imposed immense pressure on Zixuan Old Immortal. Compared to last meeting, Zixuan Old Immortal felt as if facing another person entirely. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 795, Son of Heaven's Opportunity. Facing Gu An's inquiry and gaze, Elder Ci Xian suppressed his inner unease and spoke, although the patriarch does not participate in the struggle for the throne, as long as Wuxia remains in this great thousand world for a day, it is difficult to avoid the ramifications brought by the struggle. If the great immortal divine Yuan wins, the 3,000 great worlds will be destroyed and recreated into the 3,000 great worlds he desires. If Xianyuan succeeds, he will not change the 3,000 great worlds, all he wants is to thwart the provocation from the great immortal divine Yuan. He does not need the 3,000 great worlds to transform into anything else. As Ci Xian spoke these words, his gaze was firmly fixed on Gu, and Tai Immortal Monarch had already heard this narrative, which was also the reason for Tai Immortal Monarch's accompaniment. If the great immortal divine Yuan were victorious and became an enemy of Guan, at that time, should Guan resist, he would face the entire celestial court, and Tai Immortal Monarch would also have to oppose Guan, which would be unacceptable for Tai Immortal Monarch. After all, he had invested so many years of effort and was unwilling for it all to be in vain. The rapid development of the celestial spirit great world has been supported significantly by Tai Immortal Monarch behind the scenes. Looking at Guan, Tai Immortal Monarch's eyes already indicated his stance. Guan responded to the gaze of Elder Ci Xian, saying, I can leave with Wuxia. I can even leave with the celestial spirit great world. The ambition of the great immortal divine Yuan poses no threat to me. Elder Ci Xian followed up, saying, while you are capable of departing with the celestial spirit great world, all living beings are creations of the heavenly Tao, and if the celestial court strips them of their celestial Tao destiny, they will inevitably disperse into ashes. Guan approached the table and sat down, choosing not to respond verbally. Instead, he picked up the teapot and poured himself some tea. Each day there is new tea at the mountain viewing pavilion, prepared by the ghost mother of ephemera. Even if Guan is not within the dojo, she prepares it personally or dispatches others to do so. Elder Ci Xian looked at Guan, waiting for his decision. The sound of the waterfall cascading echoed around the three. Gritting his teeth, Elder Ci Xian said, if the patriarch is willing to intervene, His Highness can agree to any request. This was previously instructed to me by His Highness. Guan sighed and said, I have no demands. I have finally found a place for peaceful cultivation and enlightenment and have no desire to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Elder Ci Xian felt a hint of delight. The absence of absolute refusal meant there was room for negotiation. If you wish not to be entangled in the cause and effect of the Celestial Court, after this battle ends, I will not report your name to the Celestial Court. Moreover, you can rest assured, the struggle for the throne relies on individual abilities. The great immortal divine Yuan has also sought many great powers not belonging to the Celestial Court. Should you be willing to act, His Highness will ensure you bear no trouble and will reward you, even if you do not wish to join the Celestial Court. However, if your disciple wishes to ascend to immortality, His Highness will absolutely support it. Elder Ci Xian spoke thus, observing the number of disciples under Wuxia and noting precedents of ascension, thinking such words might sway Guan was evaluating. In his view of the future, Xianyuan Human Venerable was destined to fail. He indeed had the capability to alter fate. He knew Elder Ci Xian spoke truthfully because he had seen the arrival of heavenly soldiers and generals at the celestial spirit great world. He had painstakingly repaired relations with the Celestial Court, and now there was another obstacle. How could he stand by and do nothing? The reason he agreed to see Elder Ci Xian was that he already had a decision at heart. However, he wanted Xianyuan Human Venerable to know the difficulty of his intervention so that Xianyuan Human Venerable might treat Wuxia disciples in the immortal class kindly in the future. Having reached Gu An's realm, personal interest was no longer highly significant. He cared more about those around him and the younger generation. He never hoped for those near him to provide substantial help or benefits. If such were the case, it would indicate he was not strong enough and still required the people around him to perform certain tasks for him. What mattered to him were emotions and his inner desires. Moreover, in his view, the presence of old friends could remind him of the path traveled. Seeing Guan fall into silence, Elder Ci Xian felt increasingly uncertain. He did not understand what Guan was still considering. Tai Immortal Monarch, on the other hand, was secretly excited. Facing the forces of the great immortal divine Yuan, Guan did not refuse outright, which inherently demonstrated his strength. Tai Immortal Monarch began to envision the future. If Guan helped Xianyuan Human Venerable turn the tides, he would have established good relations with Xianyuan Human Venerable, which was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Previously, he did not join the fray because he was uncertain which Son of Heaven would triumph. If it were possible to befriend the victorious Son of Heaven, he certainly would not refuse. Gritting his teeth, Elder Ci Xian took out a golden jade pendant from his sleeve, saying, "This is His Highness' most important token. If you are willing to intervene, this item will be bestowed upon you. This item comes from the Emperor of Heaven and can exempt you from capital punishment by the Celestial Court and grant you a supreme immortal position, an opportunity greatly coveted by sons of heaven." Seeing the jade pendant, Guan's eyelids twitched. This item did not appear in his foresight, indicating it truly represented the power of the Emperor of Heaven. Instinctively, he wanted Elder Ci Xian to quickly put it away to prevent attracting the Emperor of Heaven. But on second thought, within the dojo, cause and effect can be isolated. Why should he fear? Having grown steadily to today, his lifespan evolution abilities could be trusted. A primordial profound venerable immortal would indeed cause concern in the celestial court, yet he could rest easy, implying even the Emperor of Heaven could not probe the cause and effect within the dojo. With such a treasure, does Human Venerable still fear failure? Guan did not reach to receive the item but rather asked. Elder Ci Xian replied, "Human Venerable cares about victory, about the interests of all immortal spirits and mortal spirits supporting him. Rather than face utter destruction, he does not wish to disappoint all who support him." These words led Guan to regard Xianyuan Human Venerable a little higher. Guan spoke, "Since that is the case, I shall assist you, but I will not show myself, and I hope you and Human Venerable do not reveal my existence." Upon hearing this, Elder Ci Xian was overjoyed and immediately expressed gratitude to Guan. "May I ask, Patriarch, when will you act?" Elder Ci Xian set the golden jade pendant on the table and eagerly asked. "Just relay the message to him, I will act at the appropriate time. I will only help him resolve the battlefield of the 3,000 great worlds. As for the battle between the great immortal divine Yuan and him, I will refrain from involvement," Guan replied. Sar the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Naturally, the struggle for the throne cannot be interfered with by a third party. Elder Ci Xian responded, once again paying his respects to Guan, then departed. Tai Immortal Monarch did not follow in his footsteps, as Guan gestured for him to sit down. After Elder Ci Xian left, Tai Immortal Monarch faced Guan alone, feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing that bringing Elder Ci Xian might have offended Guan. "Xianyuan Human Venerable's promise is indeed trustworthy. Truly, I also hoped you wouldn't get involved, but the great immortal divine Yuan is more dangerous than Xianyuan Human Venerable." Tai Immortal Monarch spoke cautiously, carefully observing Guan's expression. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 796. Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade. Guan glanced at Tai Immortal Monarch and said with a smile, "You need not worry, I am not blaming you." Hearing this, Tai Immortal Monarch felt relieved and smiled. "Over the years, I've watched your actions. While some things may not matter to me, your intentions are undoubtedly earnest, whether out of ambition or for other reasons. I harbor no dissatisfaction with you." Guan said to Tai Immortal Monarch, his face graced with a warm smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor when facing the old immortal Zixuan. Tai Immortal Monarch was excited by these words and felt deeply moved. He could sense Guan's sincerity, and he didn't consider it a bad thing that his ambition had been revealed, as he indeed harbored no ill will towards Guan. In fact, after spending so many years in the celestial spirit great world, he had many insights. He found his Tao heart had become more serene, realizing that if immortal gods distanced themselves from all living beings, they would inevitably become arrogant and narrow-minded. Most immortal gods also grew from mortal spirits, and to be arrogant towards mortal spirits is to be arrogant towards one's past self. His own arrogance was why Guan suppressed him for so many years. Whenever he thought of this, Tai Immortal Monarch felt that working for Guan could not impress him, yet what he did was not meaningless, for he gained something himself. Having convinced himself of this, Hearing Guan's praise brought him unexpected joy and even a sense of loyalty akin to a soldier willing to die for a confidant. Guan raised his hand to point at the golden jade pendant on the table and asked, "Are these jade pendants common in the celestial court?" If there was only this one, he would have to give it away or always keep it in the dojo, never giving it to his disciples. Tai Immortal Monarch collected his thoughts and said, "Not many, but I have indeed heard of it. This jade pendant is called the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade, and only a few sons of heaven favored by his imperial majesty and those with great merit can hear of it. The celestial court actually values merit more, which is why the ranks of immortals differ. Over the long years, one's cultivation level can always be improved, but to bring blessings to all living beings requires genuine effort. Immortal gods receive the incense of all beings and are naturally obligated to protect them. Some immortal gods who accomplish little, no matter how high their cultivation level, will not ascend." Guan shook his head with a laugh and said, "You didn't say that before." Tai Immortal Monarch felt embarrassed, cleared his throat, and said, "At that time, my mind was clouded. I always thought finding a patron was easier than accumulating merit. To obtain the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade, merit cannot be achieved by saving beings once or twice but must be accumulated through countless accomplishments." Guan nodded and asked, "Then how many Heavenly Tao Emperor Jades do you think there are?" Tai Immortal Monarch replied, "At least 1,000, given the countless immortal gods in the celestial court. Even I don't know the exact number." Guan felt relieved. In the future, he could give the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade to his cherished disciples. Afterward, Guan exchanged a few simple words with Tai Immortal Monarch and then let him leave. Before leaving, Tai Immortal Monarch hesitated to speak but ultimately took his leave with a bow. Guan knew what he wanted to ask but purposely left it unsaid. After Tai Immortal Monarch left, Guan raised his eyes to gaze at the celestial vault outside the mountain viewing pavilion and mumbled to himself, "The cause and effect of this matter are so great that you cannot hope to conceal it." This time, he intended to eliminate the nefarious formidable creatures of the 3,000 great worlds, granting the living beings of various worlds a chance to rescue the world. Striking in such a manner would certainly yield him an exceptionally vast lifespan. Guan, who relied on growing medicinal herbs for longevity over the years, unexpectedly felt anxious. After all, lifespan reincarnation holds too many past lessons. Rampantly killing to gain strength quickly would invite annihilation by more formidable beings, including the attention of the celestial court. Guan did not plan to involve his true self but instead used the Wuxia Divine Sparrow to intervene. As the thought arose, the Wuxia Divine Sparrow transformed into a beam of white light and flew over to land on the table, then lay down. Guan raised his hand to gently stroke its head, feeling as if he were touching his own head. Within the rolling thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, making the entire world overwhelmingly oppressive, dim, and eerie. The land was barren, the mountains lifeless. Above the mountains, a cloud soared past, carrying a dozen people, among whom Zhu Shi was present. "When we meet His Highness, you all must kneel and do not raise your heads to look at him, understood?" Standing at the front, an elder spoke. He was the Star Monarch, known as Beichen's Star Monarch, and behind him were all world rulers from various great worlds, with Zhu Zai's presence being the weakest and thus the least noticeable. "We understand." The masters of the great worlds responded in unison. Faced with the upcoming meeting, they were both excited and anxious, with some feeling uneasy. The most uneasy was Zhu Shi, who always felt that meeting the Son of Heaven was not a good thing. She didn't want to come, but as the overt world ruler of the Taiwei Great World, she had no option but to come. Her great cultivators wished not to miss this opportunity but did not dare to replace her. Zhu Shi could only strive to calm herself, not wanting to appear cowardly. Soon, a colossal stone hall appeared ahead, far larger than any mountain in the world. CTH Novel, F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the stone hall, while Beichen's Star Monarch accelerated his cloud-soaring technique. They swiftly rode the clouds into the stone hall. The hall's passage was immensely broad, its ends shrouded in darkness, discouraging prolonged gazes. Flying forward for a while, Beichen's Star Monarch's voice echoed, "Lower your heads." Upon hearing this, everyone inclined their heads downward, not daring to look ahead, Zhu Shi included. A few seconds later, the auspicious cloud landed and quickly dissipated. Zhu Shi felt the ground beneath her feet and her heart raced with anxiety. Your Highness, these people are the masters of the Great Thousand World, whose foundations rank in the top 20 among the 3,000 great worlds. Upon hearing Beichen's Star Monarch's voice, Zhu Shi and the others knelt down, their foreheads touching the ground, afraid to accidentally look up. A lazy voice sounded, uttering just one word, yet it brought a boundless sense of oppression to everyone present. Zhu Zai's heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously envisioned the Son of Heaven's visage in her mind. At this moment, her Dao fruit trembled, plunging her into an unprecedented state of unease. It's hard to imagine how high the realm of the Son of Heaven is, that merely uttering a single word could instill such fear. It wasn't just her. The world rulers on her left and right were equally affected, even those whose cultivation had reached the innate golden immortal realm, all felt as powerless as ordinary mortals. Your Highness, we are close to bringing the 3,000 great worlds into our fold. Do you have any instructions? Beichen's Star Monarch inquired respectfully. The voice of the Son of Heaven followed. I have but one requirement: ensure the beings of the 3,000 great worlds worship me. If they fail to satisfy me, with a flick of my finger, I shall annihilate the world. All beings related to this realm will vanish into nothingness, their souls dispersed, their bodies and Tao extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, the so-called Hope flick of the finger to annihilate the world. Souls shatter and scatter. Life ends, Tao disappears. Zhu Shi listened to the great immortal divine Yuan's words, feeling as if she were in an icy cellar, her spine chilled. This Son of Heaven was even more arrogant and brutal than she had anticipated, filling her with worry about her future. Following such a Son of Heaven, even if they won, it seemed unlikely to end well. Beichen's Star Monarch's voice rang out, they will do it. Before coming here, Beichen's Star Monarch had instructed all the masters of the great worlds to speak as little as possible and to agree to anything the Son of Heaven demanded without refusal. The great immortal divine Yuan responded, and immediately Zhu Shi felt a powerful and warm force envelop her. An endless stream of Tao's spiritual qi and true meaning of the great Tao surged from all directions, causing her vestment robe to billow. Strands of her hair floated up, and her lowered head showed a look of surprise. No matter how much she feared the great immortal divine Yuan in her heart, at this moment, she felt delighted by the opportunity she received. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds felt the same, believing they made the right gamble. At least for now, they have already benefited. Zhu Shi quickly felt a strong dizziness, causing her to lose consciousness rapidly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhu Shi seemed to have had a very long dream, as if she experienced another life. But this life was different from a mortal's life, consisting only of continual enlightenment. When her consciousness awakened, she opened her eyes and found herself still in that dim great hall, surrounded by a mist of silver blue. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds were in the same condition. Some had already awakened and were cultivating, while others were still lying on the ground, not yet awake. Zhu Shi looked forward, and on the steps ahead was a gigantic, unoccupied treasure throne, while Beichen's Star Monarch stood before it, gazing into the distance, seemingly spying on something. She retracted her gaze, then got up and began to meditate in place. As she closed her eyes again, the insights from before erupted in her mind. Her understanding of the 3,000 great Tao was insanely enhancing, and even her cultivation level was rapidly increasing. The silver-blue mist surrounding her was Tao's spiritual qi, more advanced than the Tao's spiritual qi of the 3,000 great worlds, making her so immersed that she couldn't extricate herself. Meanwhile, Beichen's Star Monarch frowned deeply, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment and doubt. What is that? In the bright celestial vault, a magnificent palace stood above the sea of clouds, with immortal gods constantly flying in and out. Inside the palace, Xianyuan Human Venerable sat on the emperor's throne, with one hand supporting his face and the other tapping lightly on the armrest. From his furrowed brows, he appeared anxious. A figure flew into the hall, the light dispersed, and Sichuan the old immortal revealed his true form. Taking a few steps forward, he said, "Your Highness, he has agreed." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable jumped up with a look of surprise and immediately asked, "How did he say it?" Sichuan the old immortal recounted all his exchanges with Guan word for word, and after listening, Xianyuan Human Venerable also calmed down, slowly sitting down. "He indeed is an extraordinary great power. I have implicated him," Xianyuan Human Venerable remarked with emotion. Back then, when he held the advantage, he invited Guan, who politely declined. Now, as he reaches his downfall, Guan instead extends a helping hand for the celestial spirit great world's all living beings. Filling him with admiration for Guan, Sichuan the old immortal nodded, sensing that Guan indeed disliked trouble, even hesitating when presented with the heavenly Tao Emperor Jade. Xianyuan Human Venerable followed up with the question, "Can he truly turn the tide alone?" Sichuan the old immortal replied helplessly, "Now only he is willing to act. Those supreme immortals are unwilling to intervene at this time. Even that Supreme One refuses to send disciples to aid you, and there's no response from other realms." Xianyuan Human Venerable was silent. Sichuan the old immortal also felt conflicted inside, but he understood that it wasn't because those powerful beings were too ruthless, but rather that in everyone's eyes, Xianyuan Human Venerable was indeed destined to lose. Even though he had gained Gu An's consent, Sichuan the old immortal merely felt there was hope for a comeback, without absolute confidence. The great immortal divine Yuan's forces had too many great powers, coupled with 90% of the 3,000 great worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's control, making it seem that this struggle for the Son of Heaven was already over. Did he mention when he would make a move? Xianyuan Human Venerable asked again. Sichuan the old immortal shook his head, saying, "He said he will choose the timing himself." Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned, feeling uncomfortable with this passive predicament. Before this struggle for the Son of Heaven began, he had been very popular in the celestial court, facing any immortal position with composure and nobody refusing his requests. Now, he had not yet returned to the celestial court but already felt the pressure from it, with everything he once had gradually slipping away, and those who once showed kindness perhaps now looking on coldly, watching him fall into the abyss. Xianyuan Human Venerable took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust his emotions. Just then, he heard a wailing sound, causing him to raise an eyebrow involuntarily, and he looked outside the hall, asking, "What is that sound?" Sichuan the old immortal was also startled, turned to look. A breeze blew outside the hall, stirring his white hair. In his pupils, a dim void was reflected, with a silver light cutting through the darkness. "What is that?" Sichuan the old immortal's divine sense locked onto a great thousand world captured by the great immortal divine Yuan. That great thousand world had plunged into utter darkness, the demonic mist forming clouds, obscuring the sun, and the land desolate, littered with white bones. A gigantic divine sparrow carrying a seven-colored glow flew into this great thousand world, dispelling the darkness. Amidst a pile of rubble, there were dozens of human race cultivators meditating and healing. The silver light sprinkled on them, and they instinctively looked up, witnessing an unforgettable sight. It was a silver-white divine bird with wings spanning the sky, its long tail feathers bearing a seven-colored glow, like a rainbow unfurling. The eyes of the human race cultivators flickered with a peculiar light, and upon seeing such a majestic divine bird, hope and longing were born in their hearts involuntarily. In this dark era, with demons rampant, living was so hard, and all living beings yearned for hope, longing to see the light of day again. Yet the immortal gods did not aid them. Sainthood showed them no favor. Under their gaze, the silver-white divine bird flew towards the horizon, in the direction where the demonic chi was the densest. Sea the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The ground began to quake, a familiar yet terrifying aura erupted from afar. Clearly, this silver-white divine bird had alarmed that demon. Could it be that the immortal gods have arrived? Nonsense, those demons are mere minions of the immortal gods. It should be a spiritual object of heaven and earth, though the immortal gods do not pity all living beings, heaven and earth do, for those demons hail from outer heaven. I wonder if it can prevail over those demons. The human race cultivators glanced at the silver-white divine bird, whispering anxiously, fearing the shattering of hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know if report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798. Under the gaze of dozens of cultivators, a monstrous fog rose at the end of the world, its length and width immeasurable, seemingly swallowing half the sky. In the endless darkness appeared a pair of terrifying eyes, like two blood moons, oppressive and eerie. Dozens of cultivators felt their hearts race with fear, but when the gallant silver bird's majestic form entered their sight, their terror instantly dissipated a great deal. The silver-white divine bird showed no fear. As its divine wings vibrated, it did not stir up winds, seeming not to belong to this world, making it appear all the more agile. Suddenly, the silver-white divine bird abruptly accelerated, transforming into a rainbow of 7 colors, charging into the massive black fog, causing the heavens and earth to erupt with dazzling radiance, compelling dozens of cultivators to instinctively close their eyes, unable to look directly ahead. Roar, a hysterical roar echoed in their ears, deafening, yet they were no longer afraid, because within those roars they heard despair. Those unyielding, supremely cruel evil demons were in despair. What an inspiring thing. Above the grand hall, Xianyuan Human Venerable stood before the throne, and together with Elder Zixuan, watched in the same direction. They all saw the silhouette of the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. Is it the ancestor Master Wuxia taking action? This bird is truly formidable. Xianyuan Human Venerable could not help but speak, his tone full of surprise. Elder Zixuan did not turn around, he steadily watched that great thousand world, seeing Wuxia Divine Sparrow press forward, annihilating all evil demons that obstructed its path, his heart equally stirred. It seemed the ancestor Master Wuxia is not just talk, with such a divine bird, who can resist? After all, being an immortal monarch, he cannot discern the cultivation level of this divine bird. Not only him, Xianyuan Human Venerable could not see through it either, which is why they felt invigorated, sensing hope to reverse the situation. Wuxia Divine Sparrow moved swiftly, only making a round through that great world and vanquishing all evil demons within. These demons hailed from chaos, yet facing Wuxia Divine Sparrow, no divine skills they performed could shake its form. Instead, they were burned to ashes by its overwhelming flames of 7 colors. Unstoppable. After destroying the evil demons of this great world, Wuxia Divine Sparrow flew outside the heavens, crossing the void, directly descending upon the next great world. This world was likewise occupied by the great immortal divine Yuan, and all beings were in distress. The rainbow light drove away the darkness, bringing light to all beings, bringing hope to Xianyuan Human Venerable. However, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Zixuan saw an endless stream of great powers, evil demons approaching Wuxia Divine Sparrow. The moment Wuxia Divine Sparrow appeared, it alarmed the immortal gods under the great immortal divine Yuan. In this contest for the celestial mandate, some immortal gods were responsible for overseeing the entire situation, immediately detecting any changes. Upon arriving at the second great thousand world, spatial black holes continuously appeared in the dark celestial vault. Mighty heavenly soldiers and generals, members of the Mo Luo clan, and possessors of demon god bodies appeared, densely packed, quickly surrounding Wuxia Divine Sparrow. Even in the stone hall, Baichen Star Monarch saw this scene. He frowned, watching the magnificent Wuxia Divine Sparrow, feeling a sense of unease. The battle in the 3,000 great worlds was not his concern, his current responsibility was to oversee the master of the great world within the hall. What on earth is the origin of this bird? Why have I never seen it before? Baichen Star Monarch muttered to himself, continuing to observe, but the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Even when encircled by 1,000,000 opponents, that divine bird did not stop, it was completely unstoppable. Those he deemed formidable could not withstand the divine bird, their attacks utterly ineffective. You successfully seized 908,762,431 years of lifespan from Night Demon Monarch, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You successfully seized 32,870,871,107 years of lifespan from Su Qima, late stage of Hengtian golden immortal realm. You successfully seized 64,592,883 years of lifespan from Heavenly Falling Star, late stage of innate golden immortal realm. One prompt after another popped up before Guan's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, those daring to participate in the celestial mandate struggle mostly have known their fate and had to take a gamble to avoid death. Immortal gods could not grant him lifespan, but fortunately, there were enough evil demons. Guan's lifespan began to surge wildly, even making his Dao heart ripple. To him, the lifespan was like the experience bar in a game, concerning his strength. Seeing the experience bar shoot up at an unprecedented pace, he felt both exhilarated and somewhat anxious. Even though he was killing evil demons of the most despicable kind, killing too many could become burdensome. The novel, F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He could only think that he was helping the 3,000 great worlds, and with Xianyuan human venerable around, the celestial court would not hold him accountable. Although he already possessed the ability to face the celestial court, Guan still did not want to prematurely become its enemy. The celestial emperor was his imaginary foe, not that he necessarily wanted to battle the celestial emperor, but he had to ensure he possessed the effortless strength to eradicate the celestial emperor before he could completely disregard the celestial court. Guan stood up, preparing to take a walk in the dojo to disperse his focus. But the speed at which his lifespan increased was faster than he imagined. When he reached the foot of the mountain, new prompts appeared before him. Your lifespan has broken through 10 trillion years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan inheritance feature. Lifespan inheritance. You can freely choose to consume a certain number of lifespans to conduct lifespan inheritance. You will enter the Vanished Enlightenment Seeker dojo to listen to their teachings. The grade of the dojo corresponds to the lifespan you consume, with a minimum consumption of 100 billion years per session. Not an upgrade to the previous lifespan feature? Looking at the 100 billion years consumption bottom line, Guan felt it was a trap. There once was a time when 100 billion years was a lifespan number he could only aspire to. No, can't use it recklessly. Guan thought silently. He had already unlocked lifespan detection, lifespan barrier, lifespan deduction, life expectancy prediction, lifespan fusion, lifespan reincarnation, lifespan simulation, lifespan dojo, lifespan breakthrough, lifespan projection, and lifespan inheritance. Many of these features he rarely used, but he would never consider them too few. Some things can go unused but cannot be absent. Guan moved along the small river at the foot of the mountain, his gaze shifting towards the 3,000 great worlds. Wuxia Divine Sparrow flew over one great thousand world after another, attracting the pursuit of great immortal divine Yuan's minions, while immortal gods were ceaselessly obliterated and resurrected, continuously returning to battle. Meanwhile, the Mo Luo clan was frightened, and the number of those going to support dwindled. Various sects of the Great Thousand Worlds dared not rashly participate, and Guan did not make things difficult for them because they had no choice. Exhausting and eradicating all evil demons and immortal gods, each Great Thousand World would naturally return to peace. After the calamity, each world's sects would need to govern and restore the heavens and earth. Arriving at a valley, Guan saw Nzazai teaching a disciple a lesson. The disciple was a young man, kneeling before Nzazai. Facing the stern Nzazai, the disciple wore a defiant expression, meeting his gaze without fear. Guan became intrigued, and Nzazai's prestige within the Wuxia far exceeded Nzin's. With Nzazai not present, the disciples feared him most. Yet there was a disciple daring to be stubborn with Nzazai? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, Major Variables, Do you still not realize your mistake? Nzazai glared angrily at the disciple kneeling in front of him and shouted somberly. The disciple looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, "What mistake did I make?" That person relied on his family's influence to bully others. As a Wuxia disciple, I ought to take action when I see such things. Do you not know the rules of the Wuxia sect? Wuxia disciples must not interfere in the affairs and grievances on the continent. If you encounter injustice, you can report it to the officials. With your status as a Wuxia disciple, no one would dare neglect you. Reporting to the officials, who merely evade responsibility, what is the point? Is my cultivation not meant to punish the wicked and eradicate evil? Are you questioning Wuxia, questioning the Nine-Spirit dynasty? I am not questioning, it's just that when I encounter it, I cannot let it go. Watching the two confront each other, Guan also understood the ins and outs of the situation and simultaneously gained a clear impression of the disciple. This disciple was named Xianxia, the 8th-generation disciple of Wuxia, born on the Nine-Spirit continent. His family was relatively happy. Although his talent was not the strongest, he was born with an overwhelming sense of justice, always stepping in to help when he saw injustice. This drew the attention of Duanli. Duanli inherited the destiny-defying divine skill modified by Guan, and through continuous passing of skills, his cultivation ranked among the top in Wuxia. Xianxia was his direct disciple, but he did not inherit the destiny-defying divine skill. Instead, he was personally taught by Nzazai. Nzazai treated him as his own flesh and blood, only falling short of imparting the myriad supreme palm to him. On the surface, the Nine-Spirit continent seemed harmonious, but in places with many people, injustice inevitably arises. Human nature is also unpredictable. Even at the foot of Wuxia, unjust events still happen. Whenever the suffering came to kneel before Wuxia Mountain's gate, Nzazai would send people to aid them. He didn't want Wuxia disciples to interfere too much in worldly affairs, as this would accumulate more conflicts and alter the disciples' mindset. After all, Wuxia was an immortal cultivation arena, not a product of power. Seeing Xianxia still stubborn, Nzazai, irritated, wanted to slap him, but his right hand hovered over his head, unable to come down. You truly want to anger me to death? Nzazai scolded with glaring eyes. As he was about to speak harshly, he suddenly noticed Guan walking towards them, his anger dissipating instantly. He hurriedly sidestepped Xianxia and approached Guan. Xianxia instinctively turned to look, and when he saw Guan, his face changed dramatically. He immediately bowed his head, his heart suddenly in turmoil. He was not familiar with the ancestor but had met him a few times. Although they didn't have much interaction, he admired the ancestor the most. Thinking he might embarrass himself in front of the ancestor threw his heart into chaos. However, he did not regret it. He believed he hadn't done anything wrong. Even if he were expelled from Wuxia, he wouldn't regret it. Do you intend to strike your junior? Guan came to Nzazai and asked with a smile, and before his eyes, messages about seizing lifespan kept popping up, putting him in a very pleasant mood. Nzazai almost broke into a cold sweat hearing this. He helplessly said, "Who told him to be so stubborn?" He narrated what Xianxia had done, seemingly angry, yet his tone unavoidably conveyed a sense of gratification. Xianxia was righteous, loved to fight against injustice, and refused to yield. A disciple like this was rarely found even at the Wuxia dojo. Though Wuxia disciples were not evil, because of countless years of transmission, most had developed a detached attitude, put harshly, indifference. Nzazai understood Guan's constraints were out of fear that the disciples would become too indulgent, so he was in no position to judge whether the rules of Wuxia were right or wrong. He needed to follow Guan's established rules. He's quite good like this. Different ways should be allowed, as long as one is wholeheartedly benevolent. It's not necessarily bad. If you want to forge him, why not let him go out and train? Guan, smiling, commented. Somehow, looking at Xianxia reminded him of his reincarnation body, Xian, who also loved to stand against injustice, unyielding, though not as impetuous as Xianxia. Speaking of which, Leah also possessed a sense of justice, but Leah acted with more discretion, never being stubbornly fixated. He idles around every day. If he wants to cultivate to the Zizai immortal realm, he may still need some time. Nzazai shook his head and sighed. It's all right, let him go ahead, consider it an exception. Guan waved his sleeve with a generous laugh, but his words instead made Nzazai hesitate. Nzazai hesitated in speaking, and Guan, reading his thoughts, reproached, I say training means training. I never beat around the bush. I also want to see if, after experiencing the red dust, he will still maintain such a pure heart. I am very much looking forward to it. With that, Guan walked towards the distant mountains and forests, his gaze gliding over Xianxia's back without a trace. Nzazai froze, then grew delighted and promptly bent in salute towards Guan. After Guan disappeared into the forest, and Zizai approached Zhuang Xian. At this moment, Zhuang Xian was apprehensive, uncertain if the ancestor's arrangement was to train him or to suppress his spirit. And Zizai looked down at him and said, "You heard him, prepare to go out and train. As for when to return, I won't limit you, but you must stay outside for at least 1,000 years." Zhuang Xian, fearless, responded loudly, "All right. I will never let you or the ancestor down." His words sounded like a promise, but his tone seemed to oppose Zizai. And Zizai glared at him, urging, "Hurry up and get out of here." Zhuang Xian knelt and bowed to Zizai, then stood up and left. "Be sure to inform your master first," Zizai instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xian waved his hand as he walked away without looking back. Sea the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Watching his back, Zizai's stern expression faded, replaced by anticipation. How many years had it been? It was the first time the ancestor personally arranged for a disciple to train, also anticipating whether this boy would change his will. "I hope you truly remain as repulsed by evil as you claim. If you maintain it, you will turn the tide, which is also the good fortune a righteous heart should have." Zizai thought silently, having realized a deeper meaning. If Zhuang Xian returns and earns Gu An's commendation and inheritance, it will inspire other disciples to foster a spirit of goodwill and guide them towards the direction Wuxia should take. But then again, the ancestor seemed so happy. What exactly happened? Zizai turned to watch where Guan had gone, curious about what had transpired. Meanwhile, Guan continued along the mountain path, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, falling upon him. The prompts in front of him had not ceased, his lifespan had already increased to an astonishing degree. He even felt that after this battle, he could pursue a higher realm. Of course, it would be best to lay low for now. If he broke through again, even amidst chaos, it might alarm the entire celestial court, possibly rousing the celestial emperor from his immersion in reincarnation. At that moment, Guan raised an eyebrow. A turn of events occurred in the battle across the 3,000 great worlds. Even such beings are joining the fight? This was an occurrence never before seen in the previous fates, indicating something extraordinary lay behind the great immortal divine Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800, Not allowed to roam freely inside the dimly lit Great Hall. All the masters of the great worlds were already awake, sitting in meditation, reviewing their earlier gains. She suddenly opened her eyes, her eyebrows knitted tightly, a look of confusion in her eyes. As she pondered, she lifted her gaze when she caught sight of Beichen's star monarch, and couldn't help being drawn to his expression. Beichen's star monarch stood on the steps, gazing at the dark celestial vault outside the palace. It was unclear what he was thinking, but his expression clearly showed he was troubled. Could it be that the Son of Heaven met with mishap? She instantly thought of this. She closed her eyes to avoid being noticed by Beichen's star monarch. But she was no longer able to cultivate peacefully. If something truly happened to the Son of Heaven, wouldn't it mean the celestial throne struggle would shift? Even though the great immortal divine Yuan had already reclaimed 90% of the great worlds, she always felt uneasy, because no matter how she looked at it, the actions of the great immortal divine Yuan did not conform to the heavenly Tao. How could immortal gods drive evil demons into battle and allow them to devour all living beings? Although the Taiwei Great World was spared from the evil demons occupying and spreading chaos, it was only because she allied with the great immortal divine Yuan at the beginning of the celestial throne struggle. She had heard of the fate of other great thousand worlds, all of which had become human purgatories under the occupation of the great immortal divine Yuan. It was precisely because of these actions that left these auxiliary forces confused and uneasy, fearing that after the great immortal divine Yuan's victory, their meritorious deeds would be erased. If this Son of Heaven truly fails, how should the Taiwei Great World conduct itself? She thought with a heavy heart. Although she was an outsider, she had been in the Taiwei Great World for so many years and founded the new holy court. She had come to regard the Taiwei Great World as her own and did not wish for it to become yet another purgatory for evil demons. Meanwhile, in another great hall far away, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Ci Xian Old Immortal were also observing the battle. Unlike Beichen Star Monarch's worried expression, these two immortal gods were very excited, praising the power of the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. Even if a supreme immortal takes action, it might not stop this bird. Ancestor Master Wuxia is truly formidable to rear a divine creature like this. Ci Xian Old Immortal stroked his beard and laughed, saying that the celestial court also had powerful divine beasts and immortal beasts, but such a mighty existence as the Wuxia Divine Sparrow was rare, and even Ci Xian Old Immortal, despite living countless years, had never seen such a majestic presence. Cth Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the 3,000 great worlds, using its own radiance to tear apart the darkness enshrouding the great thousand world, incinerating the world's evil demons, advancing relentlessly, unstoppable. There are indeed many clever people. Xianyuan Human Venerable smirked mockingly. Those living beings and evil demons without celestial destiny from the celestial court dared not approach the Wuxia Divine Sparrow, only the heavenly soldiers and generals pressed on, unafraid of death. Ci Xian Old Immortal responded, when those immortal gods die enough times, even their courage will dissipate. Immortal gods might be immortal, but they cannot be resurrected continuously. Each resurrection consumes their celestial destiny, and when exhausted, a decline in cultivation level is the least. Severely, they might lose their immortal position, and those immortal gods wouldn't risk their lives for the great immortal divine Yuan to such an extent. Xianyuan Human Venerable nodded. The situation was favorable, which also improved his mood greatly. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Ci Xian Old Immortal also sensed something. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? What is this aura?" An overwhelming celestial might, far beyond his cultivation level, was descending upon the 3,000 great worlds, oppressing the living beings of every world, including those of the celestial spirit great world. Which celestial Dao Venerable wants to aid the great immortal divine Yuan? Is this permissible? Ci Xian Old Immortal anxiously asked, feeling it unfair that when the tides were about to turn in their favor, a celestial Dao Venerable came to support the great immortal divine Yuan. The celestial throne struggle does not allow celestial Dao Venerables to intervene. The most important test is to win over the mortal spirits. Ancestor Master Wuxia lacks celestial destiny, which is within the rules. Xianyuan Human Venerable's face was solemn as he stated, "It's not a venerable, it's a supreme immortal, one of the strongest among the supremes. Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal." These words fell like a heavy hammer, rendering Ci Xian Old Immortal silent. The Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal is known as the pinnacle of immortals, and beyond that, even though still named immortal, they transcend that realm, becoming akin to the great Dao itself. In the celestial court, the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal is also a supremely powerful presence. Ci Xian Old Immortal thought of those Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals who remain as supremes, feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down. Those beings remain as supremes only due to insufficient merit or previous misaligned allegiance. They have become reclusive and unpredictable due to various reasons, making Ci Xian Old Immortal feel as though he was walking on the edge of a knife around them. After a while, Ci Xian Old Immortal managed to squeeze out a question, "Your Highness, will Ancestor Master Wuxia take action against Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal?" Xianyuan Human Venerable did not answer. His pupils reflected the form of the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow seemed unaware of the arrival of the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, continuing to press forward. The immortal gods along the way were like countless light stars disintegrating upon contact, unable to halt its advance. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan continued to wander, no longer seeing lifespan prompts before him, as now all the enemies besieging the Wuxia Divine Sparrow were immortal gods, which left him slightly regretful. Even the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal wants to participate in the celestial throne struggle. It seems that no matter how high the cultivation level, there are times when one cannot see through the situation. Guan thought silently, though he did not consider the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal a threat, he couldn't help but reflect upon seeing the involvement of a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. In the endless Dao mountain, the Dao extreme Daoist immortal was a supreme existence. Even immortal gods were willing to listen to their teachings. Dao extreme Daoist immortals possessed vast divine skills, capable of traversing past and future, even creating worlds. Theoretically, such beings should have found freedom, yet why engage in great cause and effect? Xianyuan human venerable holds the celestial emperor's heavenly Dao emperor jade. Could it be that behind the great immortal divine Yuan, there is a will challenging the celestial emperor? It seems that even the Dao extreme Daoist immortals in the celestial court cannot achieve true freedom. A figure appeared out of thin air before Guan. It was an Xian, her eyes already turned into a mortal emperor's eye, her purple pupils exuding such a sinister depth, unfathomable. Master, is there a formidable enemy approaching? An Xian asked with a frown. She had been in seclusion for enlightenment, but suddenly felt an unsettling aura. Her divine sense dispersed, discovering that all living beings in the world felt it, some becoming uneasy, some fearful, and some confused. Guan stopped his steps, looked up, and said, "It's not aiming at the celestial spirit great world. That individual intends to seize the 3,000 great worlds." "Who is it, and why do this?" "An immortal god, probably here for the celestial throne struggle." Guan's response deepened the frown on Anzin's brow. "Another celestial throne struggle, how many years has it been, and why is it not over yet?" Guan's gaze traversed one great thousand world after another, across the void universe, to the dark void outside the 3,000 great worlds. The 3,000 great worlds are not situated in the same dimension, nor are they adjacent, but a mystical cause and effect links them from different directions. At this moment, within the darkness, a hand was raised, a white right hand with a broad and long white sleeve extending from the wrist. This hand slowly turned over, palm facing forward, beginning to advance. As its 5 fingers started to close, countless star-like lights appeared in the palm, too many to count. When this hand formed a fist, the celestial vault of the 3,000 great worlds suddenly darkened, day turned to night, and night became even darker. An Xian, standing next to Guan, was astonished by this scene, instinctively looking towards Guan. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 801, Facing Anzin's gaze, Guan remained expressionless and said nothing, which made an Xian have to look up again at the dim celestial vault. The entire world suddenly darkened. The all-living beings of the 9-spirit continent were in an uproar, the noise was deafening. Even under the protection of Wuxia, it was like this, let alone the outside world. The multitudes were terrified and uneasy. Countless great cultivators came to outer heaven, discovering that the celestial Dao light layer covering the celestial spirit great world had turned dark, which was why the world was in night. Looking at the pitch-black celestial Dao light layer, all the great cultivators felt a chill on their backs, always feeling that a catastrophe was imminent, which made everyone feel oppressed. Other great thousand worlds were similarly enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. In the distant darkness, that hand slowly retracted, bringing the fist to the chest. It belonged to a man in white robes, his figure tall, white hair casually draping, with a white jade head ornament on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his brows exuded a coldness. He seemed like a cold and ruthless ruler. Even as he held the 3,000 great worlds in his hands, causing countless creatures to fear, his expression did not change in the slightest. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, focusing on his right fist. Silvery flames seeped through the gaps of his fingers, causing this Dao extreme Daoist immortal to feel a burning pain, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He then opened his right fist, and silver flames surged in his palm, like a mountain flood, rushing into the dark void. SAR the Novel Fire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The white-robed Daoist immortal raised his gaze to see a magnificent figure manifesting within the vast silver flames. It was the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow rapidly expanded, its wings spreading out with gusts of air, fluttering the white-robed Daoist immortal's robes, looking down upon him. In front of the Wuxia Divine Sparrow, the white-robed Daoist immortal was as small as sand before Mount Tai. The white-robed Daoist immortal looked up at the Wuxia Divine Sparrow, with his right hand still held at his chest, with a dense number of spots of light hovering above his palm, and those were the 3,000 great worlds. Holding the 3,000 great worlds, his aura was so steady that he wasn't suppressed by the Wuxia divine sparrow. Who are you, with such cultivation level, yet not belonging to the celestial court? Perhaps you and I have met before. The white-robed Daoist immortal spoke, his tone exuding a sense of supremacy. He may not have been the strongest existence, but he was definitely one of those who have lived the longest, having even ventured into chaos. The Wuxia divine sparrow did not answer him, it merely floated before him, flapping its wings. The heavenly will belongs to the great immortal divine Yuan. I hope fellow Daoist does not oppose it. The defeat of Xianyuan human venerable is already certain, so why act at this critical juncture? The white-robed Daoist immortal inquired, his Dao extreme Daoist immortal aura fully erupting, causing immortal gods and great powers within the 3,000 great worlds to be awed. To think even such an existence is taking action. Su Yu, standing next to Zhang Buku, said solemnly, his eyes for the first time showing strong apprehension. Zhang Buku looked up at the dark celestial vault, saying nothing, not knowing what sort of existence had startled such immortal gods. Their celestial army was currently recuperating and had not gone to war for 10,000 years. Not just them, many immortal gods were looking up at the celestial Dao light layers of the realms, wanting to see the figure of the white-robed Daoist immortal, but they could see nothing. The white-robed Daoist immortal was freely displaying his aura. He looked at the Wuxia divine sparrow, his lips curling into an arrogant smile, a smile of supreme confidence. Even if the opponent was also a Dao extreme Daoist immortal, he was unafraid. Being of the same Dao extreme Daoist immortal realm, he hailed from the celestial court, possessing an innate advantage. Moreover, he hadn't had a hearty battle for many years, seldom fighting since stepping into the Dao extreme Daoist immortal realm. The Wuxia divine sparrow continued flapping its wings, seemingly not understanding his words, giving no response, retreating neither forward nor backward, which made a cold gleam flash in his eyes. In that case, let me personally drive you away. The white-robed Daoist immortal snorted coldly, dropping his right hand, raising his left hand, and grabbing in the void, miraculously forming 9 true dragons radiating brilliant light, larger than the Wuxia divine sparrow, attacking it from all directions. The 9 dragons jointly attacked, unleashing an unparalleled domineering killing pressure that enveloped the Wuxia divine sparrow, causing the silvery flames on its body to freeze. Boom! The white robe of the white-robed Daoist immortal billowed violently, his gaze firmly fixed on the Wuxia divine sparrow. As soon as the 9 true dragons touched the Wuxia divine sparrow, they were instantly annihilated. The intense light illuminated the dark void, causing the white-robed Daoist immortal to squint. Seeing that his formation couldn't shake the Wuxia divine sparrow, the white-robed Daoist immortal was not panicked. His left hand covered with Dao extreme patterns, each containing profound true meaning of the great Dao, instantly presenting the 3,000 great Dao in the dark void, transforming into great rivers of the Dao, rapidly surrounding them. The great rivers of the Dao intertwined, countless world scenes reflected in each great river of the Dao. After blocking Wuxia divine sparrow's retreat, the white-robed Daoist immortal's left hand then manifested a large fan made of peacock feathers, which he waved at the Wuxia divine sparrow. A violent Dao true fire rose out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the Wuxia divine sparrow, occupying the space within the confines of the great rivers of the Dao. The firelight shone on the face of the white-robed Daoist immortal, with flames burning in his pupils. Suddenly, silver light burst out from the sea of fire, swiftly covering his pupils. Boom! The celestial vault of the 3,000 great worlds suddenly became bright, turning night into day, and even brighter than the usual daytime. And Xian saw the celestial vault brighten suddenly, her heart tightened even more, as her immortal emperor's eye was in intense disquiet. Her intuition told her that if she leapt to outer heaven now, something terrifying surely awaited her. Guan retracted his gaze and turned to leave. And Zin's gaze followed him, and she saw the world dim down to the usual daylight brightness, but compared to before, it seemed somewhat dusky. Seeing her master depart, she knew the mysterious struggle in outer heaven had concluded. The unease brought by the immortal emperor's eye quickly dissipated. She was full of confusion in her heart. What had happened? and what kind of existence had released the previous aura. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Ci Xian Elder Immortal stood in the Grand Hall, nervously waiting. They couldn't see the battle beyond the heavens, for the celestial Dao destiny had been severed. They suddenly felt the aura of that Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal disappear abruptly. The celestial Dao light layer of the 3,000 great worlds quickly returned to normal. Could it be? Ci Xian Elder Immortal began excitedly, but didn't finish, fearing another mishap. Xianyuan Human Venerable was shocked, murmuring, "How is it possible, so quickly?" His mind was in turmoil. He had suspected the ancestor Master Wuxia to be strong, but he had not expected this strong. To drive off a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal in such a short time? And one from the celestial court at that. He followed with a sense of awe. Such a great power was actually willing to support him. Fortunately, he hadn't been too overbearing when facing the ancestor Master Wuxia earlier, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have walked out of the Daoist field of the beginningless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Vast Lifespan. Above the layers of the cloud sea, the white-robed Daluo Immortal appeared out of thin air. He raised his right foot, seemingly wanting to step forward, but his foot hung in mid-air, unable to land for a long time. His whole body trembled, his face looked extremely bad, and in his pupils, the image of the Wuxia divine sparrow charging at him kept reflecting. His hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly, and his mood was extremely unsettled. He possessed the cultivation level of a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal in perfection. Facing that divine bird, his immortal body was obliterated in an instant. When he resurrected and flew out from the heavenly pool, even the celestial gods guarding the pool cast surprised glances at him, which he found so ironic. How could this be? Who on earth is he? Could it be the Xian Qi Primordial Immortal? The white-robed Daluo Immortal's face shifted between clear and gloomy. Even though he had deliberately concealed the heavenly secret before striking, preventing the celestial court from noticing this battle, once Xianyuan Human Venerable won, the news would undoubtedly reach the celestial court, and he would definitely become the laughingstock of heaven. He was burning with rage, yet inwardly somewhat fearful. This conflicting emotion made it difficult for him to step forward. The opponent could so easily obliterate him, their cultivation level must vastly surpass his. Going again would only be self-humiliation. But if he didn't go, then the great immortal divine Yuan would be finished. He could see Xianyuan Human Venerable mobilizing his troops, preparing to launch a counterattack. After this battle, the morale of the great immortal divine Yuan's side had plummeted, and in the eyes of the white-robed Daluo Immortal, he could already see the 3,000 great worlds falling entirely into Xianyuan Human Venerable's hands. The white-robed Daluo Immortal fell silent, standing above the cloud sea for a long time, finally choosing to return to the celestial court. After the unsettling atmosphere across the 3,000 great worlds dispersed, the clamor in various realms continued for a long time. The celestial spirit great world was the first to quiet down, while other great worlds plunged back into turmoil. After defeating the white-robed Daluo Immortal, the Wuxia divine sparrow once again descended on the 3,000 great worlds, continuing to gallop and exterminate the evil demons remaining in various realms. This caused more and more evil demons to flee, and the number of immortal gods coming to stop the Wuxia divine sparrow dwindled. Until dusk, Guan retrieved the Wuxia divine sparrow. Name, Guan, lifespan, 29,681,470/231,532,584,321,418,460. Physique, primordial infinite creation Dao body. Cultivation level, primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection. Guan's lifespan increased to 230 trillion years. When he broke through the 100 trillion years lifespan, he didn't activate new lifespan abilities or upgrade opportunities, but he didn't mind, as he was enjoying the joy brought by the enormous lifespan. Breaking through to the next great realm is secure. Guan was overjoyed, but worry followed. Today, the Wuxia divine sparrow slaughtered far too many evil demons, and their cultivation levels were not low, involving unimaginable cause and effect. Now, lifespan alerts continuously appeared before Gu An's eyes, not to seize lifespan, but to predict life expectancy in determining cause and effect nemesis. The life expectancy prediction is indeed a good thing, at least it gives him a sense of crisis. No matter how high his cultivation, seeing these endless enemies was inevitably disconcerting. Guan shook his head, ready to fish to soothe his mood. The 9 spirit continents' dusk was beautiful, with birds flying across the sky like they carried hope. Everything appeared so harmonious. In the distance, within a valley, Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong stood on the grass, looking up at the celestial vault, their gaze directed toward the other great thousand world, all immortal gods' faces filled with shock. Did it really turn around? Who on earth is that divine sparrow? So terrifying, those chaos evil demons, immortal gods turned to ash before it. The one who earlier concealed the heavenly secret must be an even more terrifying existence. That divine sparrow disappeared for a while. When it returned, the heavenly secret resumed. Something must have happened in between. Human Venerable actually still had such means hidden. The 72 immortals of Jin Dong talked excitedly, not because they supported Xianyuan Human Venerable, but seeing him, seemingly defeated, suddenly reverse a defeat lasting millions of years within one day was so thrilling, making them inevitably excited. Purple Dragon Star Monarch noticed Tai Immortal Monarch remaining silent, wondering what he was thinking, his brow furrowed. Unable to hold back, he transmitted his voice to inquire, Immortal Monarch, do you know the origin of that divine sparrow? Tai Immortal Monarch turned back, glancing sideways at him, which made his heart tremble with excitement. Could it be? Purple Dragon Star Monarch thought of something. He got excited as well, recalling his experience upon coming to the celestial spirit great world. It felt dreamlike. It was not the first time he was shocked by Ancestor Master Wuxi's cultivation. Who on earth is this person? He suddenly suspected Ancestor Master Wuxia to be an avatar of a celestial Dao Venerable. Only this possibility made sense. Going forward, build the celestial spirit great world well. It will be our greatest opportunity. Tai Immortal Monarch said solemnly, making Purple Dragon Star Monarch nod. Don't be fooled by Tai Immortal Monarch's calm demeanor. Inside he's laughing uncontrollably. Such cultivation, even if unrelated to the celestial court, will inevitably make one a supreme immortal, celestial Dao Venerable. Judging by Guan allowing his disciple to ascend to immortality, he bore no enmity toward the celestial court, coupled with his attitude toward all living beings. Following such a person, Tai Immortal Monarch was at ease, filled with infinite anticipation. After gambling so many times, he finally gambled right this time. In the dim great hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. All masters of the great world stood, no longer reminiscing about previous insights. Their gazes fell on Baichen Star Monarch. Baichen Star Monarch continued standing atop the steps, but his face was utterly sour, not hiding his terrible mood. The masters of the great world were filled with confusion and unease, yet no one dared to speak. After a long time, Baichen Star Monarch seemed to hear something. His expression changed. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd, saying, "Go back, reorganize your forces, and prepare for battle." Without waiting for questions, he waved his sleeve sending them out of this realm. Once the hall was left with only him, he sighed, then took out a copper mirror from his sleeve, casting magic onto it. After a while, the mirror surface emitted a ray of light, illuminating a figure with immortal elegance and Daoist bones. "Master, circumstances have changed." Baichen Star Monarch gritted his teeth, recounting everything that had happened. Sia the Nephire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The figure on the mirror was an elder in a cyan robe, with extraordinary presence. His look was as cold as that of the white-robed Daluo immortal, but as Baichen Star Monarch spoke more, his brows furrowed. Baichen Star Monarch finished speaking, nervously watching the elder, waiting for him to speak. The elder remained silent for a while, then spoke. "Give up, directly return to the celestial court to face punishment. I will intercede for you. It is at least a better outcome than after the defeat of the great immortal divine Yuan." Upon hearing this, Baichen Star Monarch's face dramatically changed. He instinctively wanted to plead, but the words stuck in his throat as he met his master's gaze. he finally swallowed his words, sighed, and bowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Above the Revered Immortal. The upheaval of counterattacks erupted across the 3,000 great worlds, with the great immortal divine Yuan drawing chaos evil demons into battle, causing all living beings across the great worlds to suffer deeply. As Xianyuan human venerable began to counterattack, many native forces in various great worlds began to overthrow the rule of the great immortal divine Yuan. The Wuxia divine sparrow flew across the 3,000 great worlds, witnessed by countless living beings. Everyone believed that the Wuxia divine sparrow brought victory and hope. Shrines and temples dedicated to the Wuxia divine sparrow sprang up like mushrooms after rain across various realms. The Wuxia divine sparrow was bestowed numerous titles. In the years that followed, even Guan, who was far away at the Daoist field of the beginningless, could sense a unique destiny rushing toward him, which was the faith of all living beings in the Wuxia divine sparrow. The destiny born from this faith was extremely complex. It could help him enhance his cultivation level, allow him to create magical treasures, spiritual objects, and more. It could be said to be omnipotent. No wonder the immortal gods desire incense from the human world. It is worth mentioning that merit does not belong to the heavenly Tao. Guan directly stored this merit within the Wuxia divine sparrow, keeping it for later use. He didn't intend to enhance his cultivation level with the merit, but rather saved it for any unforeseen use. In the years that followed, there were no major changes in the celestial spirit great world, but the 3,000 great worlds descended into unprecedented frenzy. The more oppression inflicted by the great immortal divine Yuan, the more emotions were released by all living beings now. However, without a powerful force like Guan stepping in, Xianyuan human venerable needed time to annex all the great thousand worlds of the great immortal divine Yuan. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Guan sat within a bamboo grove, boiling tea while gazing at the 3,000 great worlds. After so many years of counterattacks, 60% of the great worlds had fallen under Xianyuan human venerable, while the morale on the side of the great immortal divine Yuan plummeted. More and more immortal gods abandoned their support for the great immortal divine Yuan and switched to supporting Xianyuan human venerable, including many new faces. Even immortal gods have a human side. Seeing that Xianyuan human venerable was likely to win, many immortal gods wanted to contribute to his success. To stabilize the situation, under the persuasion of Zixuan old immortal, Xianyuan chose to accept these immortal gods' help, even sharing benefits with them and allowing them to spread Taoism in the human world. What seemed like a battle between two sons of heaven was, for many immortal gods, a rare opportunity. Each immortal god possesses immortal authority. It's not something that can easily be exercised by descending to the mortal world to preach, which is why the previous immortal god did so by sending dreams, as his true self could not appear. Guan watched the actions of those immortal gods, as if watching a play, while contemplating his next breakthrough plan. With such a long lifespan, he could completely improve himself in all aspects, but he felt his current Daoist techniques were already strong enough, adequate, for now, since he wasn't experiencing any pressure from others in the same realm. Sarch * the novel, F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, upon recalling the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation encountered by Gu Xianyu, he changed his mind. No. He not only needed a higher cultivation level, but his combat power must also far surpass others in the same realm. To be invincible does not mean having no rivals one-on-one, but rather being undefeated no matter how many enemies come. Guan even started hypothesizing the possibility of multiple celestial emperors existing in the celestial court, since the position of celestial emperor can be inherited. What if the ancient celestial emperor wasn't dead? Just as Guan pondered, two figures walked out from the bamboo grove. They were Zhizai and Zhuangxian. Zhuangxian had been training outside for 3,000 years, and aside from his somewhat travel-worn appearance, his overall demeanor and vital energy showed little change. The two arrived beside Guan and bowed in greeting. And Zhizai spoke, "Ancestor, Zhuangxian has returned from his training excursion. Is there anything you'd have him do?" The reason for asking this was his hope that Guan would take notice of Zhuang Xian and personally nurture this young man. Gaining Gu An's direct teachings would certainly enable him to surpass other disciples, just like in Zizai. Among those of a younger generation, there were many with talent and comprehension beyond him, yet beneath the second-generation disciples, none could shake his standing in terms of power and status. Zhuang Xian looked at Guan without much excitement, appearing very composed. Guan raised his eyes to evaluate Zhuang Xian and asked, "During this excursion, were there any tasks beyond your power?" Zhuang Xian replied, "Yes, many. My cultivation is too weak to help many people. Some demon sects need destroying. I will cultivate properly and venture out again in the future." He didn't directly ask Guan to intervene, which made Nzazai reassess him. In fact, over the years, Nzazai had constantly been observing him, aware of all his experiences. Zhuang Xian had been furious and irrational, but once he returned to the beginningless, he exhibited calmness. He wouldn't let others help enforce his will. Any regrets? Yes, I was deceived into thinking she would truly reform, only for her to cause more deaths. Even after personally killing her, it didn't change this fact. I swore never to show compassion again. Did anything occur that shook your beliefs? Yes, I met someone who upheld justice, helping mortal spirits everywhere indiscriminately, whether humans or untransformed beasts. He aided without seeking anything in return. He saved many mortal spirits, yet in the immortal cultivation realm, he was a demon, notorious for refining soul banners from cultivators. I don't know whether to label him as good or evil. As he spoke these words, Zhuang Xian's expression turned complex. Guan smiled and said, "It seems you've gained a lot. Go on." Zhuang Xian immediately bowed and then turned to leave. Nzazai hesitated for a moment, sometimes gazing at Zhuang Xian's departing figure, sometimes looking at Guan, as if wanting to speak but refraining. He's good material. There's no need to rush. When the time is right, I'll teach him Daoist techniques. He himself feels it's not suitable now. Guan picked up the teapot and said softly. Hearing this, Nzazai smiled, for Gu An's words assured him that Zhuang Xian's future success was promising. He quickly thanked Guan and then refrained from disturbing him further. After Nzazai left, Guan decided to make a breakthrough the next day. He had already begun to envision the realm beyond the mixed element profound venerable immortal. Not until nightfall did Guan finally rise and leave. Returning to his courtyard, as usual, he chatted casually with Shenzhen about trivial matters. On a different note, Zhuang Xian meditated within his cave mansion, the oil lamp on the wall casting light upon the environment. This cave mansion was large, complete with a small lake and a medicine garden, exuding its own special aesthetic. Suddenly, Zhuang Xian opened his eyes, exhaling turbid air. Lifting his right hand, he saw his palm was darkened, and his expression turned peculiar. Upon returning to the beginningless, this power calms down. Could it be that it fears the Tao intent within the beginningless? Zhuang Xian murmured to himself, recalling that when facing his ancestor, he could feel the mysterious power in his palm extremely nervous, shrinking almost to a point. He had initially been distressed about how to overcome the temptation of this power. Now, it seemed, as long as he remained within the beginningless, he need not worry about this power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804. In the early morning, the sunlight pierced through the earth. Guan, dressed in a close-fitting white robe, walked out of the pavilion, stretching lazily under the bright sun. Today is another day full of hope. Guan sincerely sighed, harboring thoughts of a major breakthrough, an event awaited for millions of years and his happiest day, full of excitement. Even though he tried to remind himself that he was already a person of great power and should not be so excited, he couldn't help it. After thinking about it, which cultivator facing a breakthrough could remain calm? Moreover, compared to others, Guan had more confidence. He even felt that he would surely succeed in breaking through, and with such a mentality, he naturally felt more excited. Shenzhen glanced at Guan from in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Without making a sound, she closed her eyes and continued practicing. After strolling in the courtyard for a while, Guan left. He walked into the woods along the mountain path, activating the lifespan breakthrough function as he walked. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select the following breakthrough location: 1. Primal Harmony of Chaos, 2. Sea of Descent, 3. Holy Heart Path, 4. Rulai Star, 5. Dao Qinglian Tree, 6. Great Dream Lost Realm, 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm, 8. Final End, 9. Demon God Lake, so many new place names. This means that previously common places cannot give birth to existences higher than primordial profound venerable immortal. Guan weighed the options, as some of the place names sounded dangerous. However, the lifespan breakthrough can send him to relatively safe places, at least temporarily, as long as he promptly activates the lifespan barrier. In such a case, Guan wanted to choose the broadest place possible. Search * the novel, F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan's gaze fell on the final end. This place name had appeared before, and the combination of the words, final, and end, made his imagination run wild. Does the Great Tao truly have an end? Is there really an ultimate to the years? Or is it just a name without any significant meaning? The final end should be very vast, right? After much thought, Guan decided to take a look. Transporting to the final end requires consuming 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Despite reaching such a level, the transportation cost of lifespan breakthrough remains unchanged, which is quite fair. A long-lost dizziness hit him, making Guan close his eyes. After a while, Guan abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted. In his sight was a dark red void, endless, with barren stars of all sizes floating around. As far as the eye could see, dark clouds seemed to be swirling at the end of the void. Everything was so oppressive. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier. As the lifespan barrier consumption prompt appeared in front of him, he relaxed. After activating the barrier, he seriously observed the final end. He discovered the Tao's spiritual qi surging here was different from the spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao and chaos, filled with an agitating aura, but he had to admit, the Tao's spiritual qi here was stronger. He turned around to look in all directions, but he couldn't see the supposed end in any direction. As expected, the final end is just a gimmick. Guan was secretly disappointed. Just then, his gaze fell on a corner of the void. He saw a star slowly condensing, growing larger, resembling a barren meteor, with no vegetation, no vitality. As his gaze concentrated on the star, endless cause and effect scenes poured into his eyes. This star surprisingly symbolized a great thousand world, a world containing millions of small worlds, with countless mortal worlds like Earth. However, such a magnificent great thousand world no longer existed, it was a mark left after destruction. Guan immediately looked at other barren stars. Not only the great thousand worlds, but also powerful Daoist lineages, cosmic planes, Tao domains, etc., were all marks left after being destroyed. He even saw a type of destiny, similar to the destiny of Daoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. The destiny star conveyed multitude scenes of cause and effect, where countless cultivators pursued this destiny, dominating and spirited, but ultimately fell with its dissipation. This kind of destiny, he had never felt on the path of the great Tao, but seeing its peak, it was definitely not comparable to Daoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. Hongmeng Venerable. Guan secretly noted the name of this destiny, perhaps someone still remembered its existence. Now, Guan could understand what the final end was, a place independent of chaos and the heavenly Tao. From here, one couldn't feel the direction of chaos and the heavenly Tao, but whether chaos or the heavenly Tao, the mighty things after extinction left marks here. Guan couldn't understand why the final end formed as it did. The 3,000 great Taos is just a term. In reality, the great Taos are innumerable, always with unknown Tao rules existing. But he knew one thing, this place could give birth to existences surpassing the primordial profound venerable immortal. What an unimaginably terrifying existence could be born in such a negative and oppressive place. Guan suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was small, and even chaos couldn't represent everything. Perhaps the celestial emperor immersing himself in reincarnation wasn't indulgence, but searching for an opportunity to break into a higher realm. Guan took a deep breath, meditating where he was, floating in the void, as if there was invisible land beneath him. First, enhance the physique. Last time upgrading the physique consumed 5 trillion years of lifespan, not seeming much, but compared to last time, it was more than 100-fold increase. If this time also increased 100-fold, it would be 500 trillion years of lifespan. This number was quite terrifying. Guan invested lifespan into the physique, one amount after another. Soon, the investment exceeded 5 trillion years of lifespan. Finally, he spent 1.2 quadrillion years of lifespan, and his physique ascended to the creation essence body. This was already equivalent to his lifespan consumption when he last broke through a great realm. Guan didn't have time to grieve the life-consuming physique upgrade before an unprecedentedly vast creation flooded into his mind. Profound abyss divine pool. Guan's avatar and Hongya Zi walked on the wasteland. He walked ahead, Hongya Zi followed behind. Hongya Zi held a stone in his hand, like a small knife, inscribed with 2 characters, furrowing his brows in deep thought. Years had passed, and they had yet to escape the predicament. This land seemed endless, even flying into the sky or digging into the ground was fruitless. Just then, a glow of sunset rushed from behind, swiftly sweeping over the dim celestial vault, brightening the whole world. Hongya Zi looked up, seeing the celestial vault not only lit by the glow of sunset but also appearing in a wave-like distortion. What is this phenomenon? Hongya Zi asked. Having adventured with Guan for so long, he had unknowingly developed a dependence on him. Guan looked up, secretly amazed. The creation essence body is indeed formidable. Without yet breaking through a great realm, just improving the physique, the phenomenon can be transmitted from the final end to the underworld. His avatar in the hidden spirit palace of the celestial spirit great world opened his eyes, seeing the 3,000 great worlds and the path of the great Tao experiencing similar phenomena, the glow of sunset illuminating all beings. Such a commotion might alarm the celestial court. Luckily, he broke through at the final end. The heavenly court immortals should not be able to trace it there. Even so, the creation essence body alone was such. What kind of upheaval would his breakthrough to a great realm cause? Guan had a slight worry in his heart. Would it push the celestial emperor out of hiding? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Breakthrough. Perfection of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Above the sea of clouds, Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god flew side by side, glancing ahead, seeing many immortal gods flying in the same direction, and the distant celestial vault was flowing with a beautiful glow. Could it be that the dark heavenly court is attacking? Li Xuanmiao asked, raising his eyebrows. In the battle for the Son of Heaven, there were shadows of dark creatures at work. He had fought against dark creatures and was filled with apprehension towards the dark heavenly court. The dark heavenly court was outside the celestial court, yet the celestial court had not taken action, indicating that they were not confident in dealing with the dark heavenly court. Once the dark heavenly court launched an attack on the celestial court, it would inevitably lead to long-term turmoil. Li Xuanmiao was eager to retreat and become stronger, not wanting to keep fighting. Probably not. The celestial order only asked us to assemble. If the dark heavenly court was attacking, Sainthood would take the lead. The celestial destruction god responded, the name Sainthood evoking wild thoughts in Li Xuanmiao. He had heard of Sainthood for years upon arriving at the celestial court, but never witnessed Kangxian's might. It is said that Sainthoud is not only the will of the heavenly Tao but also the celestial court's most powerful weapon, whose heavenly might eradicates countless evil demons. They stopped speaking and continued forward. Soon, they reached the assembly point of the immortal gods, still above the sea of clouds, but this portion was gathered by countless immortal gods, some towering millions of feet tall, others suspended above like divine beasts. Looking around, it was spectacular beyond words. boundless and magnificent. Sia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In front of all the immortal gods, the end of the sky presented an illusory scene, seemingly leading to another cosmic plane. Inside was the chaos void, a terrifying black fog quietly surging without approaching the heavenly Tao, encircling the heaven-suppressing endless tower. Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god landed among the immortal gods, secretly astounded, for even the celestial destruction god had never seen so many immortal gods assembled together. The foundation of the celestial court was truly terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Li Xuanmiao turned his gaze to the spacetime entrance ahead. Feeling uneasy looking at the black fog, it was clear that something extremely dangerous lay within. It seems unrelated to the dark heavenly court. Yes, there are similar glowing anomalies deep within chaos. Could it be an almighty being breaking through? What cultivation level would it take to stir chaos and the heavenly Tao? The immortal servant I left in the underworld told me there are similar phenomena there too. Speaking of which, in recent years, anomalies have been cropping up frequently, not a good omen. If it's about breaking limits, how many powerful beings might have secretly arisen? Why are they hiding? Their intentions must be speculated upon. The immortal gods were discussing among themselves, while Li Xuanmiao quietly listened, picking up a lot of intelligence, including names of many non-celestial court forces. The world outside the celestial court was far vaster than he had imagined. The 3,000 great worlds might not be worth mentioning to the celestial court because there are many more powerful forces and enigmatic domains worthy of its caution. What exactly will happen? Li Xuanmiao felt tense, his gaze tightly fixed on the chaotic scene far ahead. An hour later, the glow on the celestial vault began to fade, allowing all the immortal gods to breathe a sigh of relief. However, not long after, the celestial vault displayed countless lightning bolts like snakes silently intertwining. At first glance, the vault seemed to fracture instantly, terrifying, causing the recently relaxed immortal gods to tense up again. The previous glow phenomenon, though attracting the attention of beings across realms, did not appear frightening, so the realms remained relatively peaceful. But with the emergence of new anomalies, all living beings were scared. Even the various battlegrounds of the Son of Heaven conflict were disturbed. All forces were investigating the source of the anomaly, especially the celestial court, but to no avail. Final end. Floating in the void, Guan opened his eyes, his left pupil deep red, right pupil silver blue, seemingly harboring two lotus flowers. He exhaled a breath of impure air. His infinite eternal Tao technique had been upgraded to the infinite supreme merging Tao skill, consuming nearly 20 trillion years of lifespan. Tao Qi Eternal Divine Sense was upgraded to the mind-only Tao Qi Divine Technique, consuming nearly 4 trillion years of lifespan. This was his critical Daoist technique for hiding cultivation level, indispensable, still enhancing his divine soul and Qi blood. The 3,000 slaying Tao swords were upgraded to the no death no life heaven slaying sword, consuming nearly 3 trillion years of lifespan. The great primordial celestial net step was upgraded to the Hongmeng 3000 steps, consuming nearly 8 trillion years of lifespan. This step technique shifted from shuttle divine power to attack divine power, annihilating a Tao in one step, after 3,000 steps, rendering all Daoist techniques and cultivation of the enemy into nothingness. The great Tao formless body was upgraded to the infinite eternal Tao body, consuming nearly 20 trillion years of lifespan. The demon shadow divine skill had greatly aided Guan, never being abandoned. This divine skill formed a Tao of its own, with endless wondrous methods, enabling someone to attain the Tao. The absolute void I was upgraded to the extreme demon and immortal pupil, consuming the most lifespan, nearly 60 trillion years. These were his main life-consuming Daoist techniques, and he mastered many more techniques that he wouldn't upgrade one by one. Next was the main event, breaking through the great realm. Looking at the current situation where only a small fraction of his total lifespan was consumed, Guan felt fully assured. This time, he would break through successfully without any concern. He directly invested 1 trillion years of lifespan into cultivation level. Within the next hour, chaos, the heavenly Tao, and the underworld faced an exceedingly terrifying upheaval, the Tao rules shivering. Nature's spiritual energy turned into a storm, and the minds of all living beings in immortal cultivation were plunged into overwhelming oppression, with a feeling of suffocating pressure. The celestial vaults of all realms kept changing colors, anomalies appeared one after another, even bizarre mirage-like scenes occurred, dazzling the eyes. As time passed, all cultivators felt a tremor. The beings within the Daoist field of the beginningless felt better, but they were nonetheless attracted by the constant anomaly mutations in the sky. Within the courtyard, an Xian, celestial demon child, Shenzhen, fairy Yao Xian, and other female cultivators gathered together, while the male cultivators gathered in the distance, discussing the celestial anomaly. The Son of Heaven conflict has just seen a variable, and we now face such anomalies. Xianxia shook her head, her words sounding like worry, yet her face was full of excited and anticipative expressions. Fairy Yao Xian stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing up at the celestial vault, her brow furrowed. She had spent millions of years adapting to the new era, but faced with such a greatly changing anomaly, she still couldn't see through it. Her intuition told her this anomaly was far more frightening than she imagined. "What are you chatting about?" A gentle laugh came, causing the women to turn their heads. They saw Guan in white clothes entering the courtyard, with his usual smile, instantly dispelling all the unease and tension in their hearts. If Guan was calm, so were they. "Ancestor, what is the reason for this anomaly?" asked the impatient Xianxia. Guan stopped, looked toward the celestial vault, and said, "This anomaly covers the 3,000 great worlds, envelopes the entire heavenly Tao, chaos too, and even the underworld is mirrored." This remark caused everyone's expression to change drastically. How great a cause and effect must it be? "I don't know either, but with such a vast range, it shouldn't pose a threat to us. If the heavens fell, the celestial court would hold it up." Guan shook his head and smiled. He had already broken through successfully. Unlike before, he had broken through to the perfection realm in one go, but the anomalies of this realm were truly terrifying. Even after his breakthrough ended, they hadn't dispersed, influencing all heavens and myriad realms. At this moment, he had already stepped into a higher tier. Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Perfection Realm. While conversing with everyone, he was also meticulously sensing the changes in himself, genuinely delightful, making it impossible for him to hide his smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Integrating into the Great Tao. Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, a transcendent existence surpassing the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal. Just how powerful is this realm? Simply put, in Gu An's eyes, the entire heavenly Tao no longer holds any mystery. Both the past and the future are in his sight. He saw the birth of the heavenly Tao, indeed initiated by a supremely powerful existence. He saw the end of the heavenly Tao, likewise concluded by a supremely powerful being. Not only that, he leaps out of cause and effect, and no one can find his past or future. Even if they visit the past or future of his acquaintances, he remains unseen. In the realm of merging Tao, he can integrate himself into the great Tao, coexisting with and enduring alongside the Tao. How can the Tao perish? In a certain sense, as long as he merges with the Tao, he will not die, which is true longevity and immortality. Even if he just steps into the early stage of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, he transcends everything, eternally carefree. And upon reaching the perfection realm, Guan feels his physical body has become indistinguishable from the Tao. This is an incomparably perfect realm, so powerful that it defies description with words. Indeed, the celestial court is no pushover. I've heard the struggle for the Son of Heaven isn't over yet. Could these anomalies be related to that struggle? Very likely, there is a Son of Heaven sending chaos evil demons into battle, truly resorting to any means. I hope the struggle for the Son of Heaven ends soon. I can't focus on my seclusion, afraid an enemy might invade at any moment. What you say sounds amusing. Do you really need to protect heaven and earth? An Xian, celestial demon child, celestial Cyan, and others discussed in the courtyard. With Gu An's words present, their mindset became relaxed, even shifting their topic to the struggle for the Son of Heaven. Guan looked up, though standing in this tiny courtyard, his vision could overlook the entirety of the heavenly Tao. He saw the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor sat at the highest point of the celestial court, and throughout the range of the heavenly Tao, there were more than 10 million reincarnation bodies of his, some distributed in the past, others experiencing the future, with endless insights into the Tao flowing into his true body through cause and effect. In that highest palace, dark and silent, the Celestial Emperor supported his head with his hand, seemingly resting, yet his posture radiated the most terrifying aura, as if nothing could disturb him. Even the phenomena caused by Guan's breakthrough couldn't make him open his eyes. Guan could sense that the Celestial Emperor was also a Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. His cultivation was no weaker than Guan's, but not vastly stronger either, meaning both were within the same great realm. Besides the Celestial Emperor, within the range of the heavenly Tao, there was no third Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. However, there were several primordial profound venerable immortals, all hidden deep within the celestial court, likely those few celestial Tao venerables dwelling in areas Guan couldn't previously discern in the celestial court. Celestial Emperor, I've caught up, and I will surpass you. I hope that when we cross paths in the future, my strength will please you. Guan's lips curved upward, his smile radiant. Because of the life of Gu Xuanyu, he held no hostility toward the Celestial Emperor, even harboring some goodwill, only regarding the Celestial Emperor as an imagined rival to spur his own strength. Shenzhen happened to see Guan's expression, and her eyes shifted slightly, involuntarily showing a smile on her face. This sweeping phenomenon involving chaos and the heavenly Tao lasted for several hours, dissipating only when night fell. The celestial spirit great world returned to tranquility, yet Guan could see the celestial court was in chaos, with primordial profound venerable immortal realm celestial Tao venerables hastening to chaos. But this no longer pertained to Guan. After successfully breaking through, he did not go into seclusion but instead repeated his daily routine, experiencing the specific wonders of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao in ordinary life. 3 years later, Guan came to the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance to visit old acquaintances. He stood before a mountain gate, calling up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 29,684, for 73/14, 101, 880, 574, 623, 609, physique, creation essence body, cultivation level, Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao realm perfection. The breakthrough 3 years ago consumed 22 trillion years of his lifespan, leaving only a remainder. Yet this remainder still represented an immensely vast number in lifespan. Guan could feel that the next great realm he wished to reach would be far more difficult than before, fearing that 100-fold, 1,000-fold lifespan would be severely inadequate. This intuition was strong, almost certainly true, and this was the strength of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. All sensations were prophecies, a prejudgment of the 3,000 great Tao. Guan contemplated higher realms while looking at his attribute panel. His location was mid-mountain, before him a majestic stone gate, and behind him lay vast and magnificent hills and rivers. At first glance, this seemed not like an immortal cultivation sect but rather a place remote from the mundane world. Suddenly, ripples appeared within the stone gate ahead, like a watery surface, and a human silhouette emerged. A young male disciple approached Guan, glanced at him suspiciously, and spoke, "My ancestor wishes to see you, please follow me in." In the young disciple's eyes, Guan was indeed astonishingly handsome, yet by his aura, he seemed but an ordinary celestial and earthly immortal. How could such a cultivation merit a personal audience with his ancestor? Though full of confusion, he dared not be careless. Guan smiled with a nod, then followed him through the stone gate. Passing through the gate, the heavens abruptly changed before him. The mountain ranges continued, yet each peak housed pavilions, palaces, pagodas, and every mountaintop shone with rays of light, akin to an immortal land. Under the guidance of the young disciple, Guan flew toward the most majestic giant mountain. Along the way, passing disciples greeted the young disciple, clearly indicating his esteemed status in this little world. After a while, the two landed before a palace at the mountain summit, where the heavens were not seen overhead, but instead, a vast starry sky. "Our ancestor is inside. You may enter on your own." The young disciple gestured with his hand, and Guan nodded, then opened the palace doors and walked in. Once the doors closed, the young disciple withdrew his gaze, turned, and flew down the mountain, his mind pondering the origins of Guan. Could this person be a descendant of the ancestor? Inside the palace, the sight was bright, spirit mist drifted along the ground. As Guan walked, he glanced at the stone pillars along the path, and began to chant Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, fusion, Xuanxin, Mahayana, nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, celestial and earthly immortals, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void profound immortal, divine thought true immortal, free immortal. Daoist zong zizai immortal, profound yuan free immortal, heaven encompassing free immortal. Innate golden immortal. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu An's voice echoed within the hall, and upon finishing, he looked ahead and grinned. For realms beyond innate golden immortal, do you need me to inscribe them on the pillar? Following his gaze, a figure stood atop distant steps. It was Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu had her hands behind her, fixing her gaze on Guan. She calmly spoke, with your capability, you could have come directly, yet you had me send someone to invite you. It seems you relish pretending to be weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, Vast Disparity. What do you mean pretending to be weak? If I do not participate in worldly causes and effects, whether I am strong or weak, what does it matter? Guan walked toward Ji Xiaoyu, smiling as he replied. Ji Xiaoyu was dressed in a luxurious purple robe, exuding an aura of noble and transcendent beauty, possessing both the elegance of a fairy and the powerful presence of someone in authority. Upon hearing Gu An's words, she slightly pursed her lips and said, such an arrogant tone. She stepped down the stairs, continuing, if you wish to speak, I won't refuse. Coincidentally, I want to learn more about the realms beyond the innate golden immortal. Guan laughed. The golden immortal Tao fruit is also divided into 3 layers, innate golden immortal, heaven balancing golden immortal, and Tai Ching golden immortal. The celestial gods guarding the 3,000 great worlds often have cultivation levels around the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. As he spoke, he took out the fate pen and casually swept it, adding the names of 2 realms, heaven-balancing golden immortal and Tai Ching golden immortal, to the foremost stone pillars. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu squinted her eyes and asked, what is your realm? Guan smiled but remained silent. Judging by your demeanor, is your realm higher than Tai Ching golden immortal? Ji Xiaoyu snorted. When she saw that Gu An's smile didn't change, she was secretly startled. She had thought Guan was just a Tai Ching golden immortal. This guy, although Ji Xiaoyu was surprised, considering Gu An's few interventions, even on the path of the great Tao, none could compare. Surpassing Tai Ching golden immortal equates to surpassing the power of most celestial gods, which is reasonable upon reflection. Though understanding is one thing, realizing that Guan surpassed Tai Ching golden immortal, she still felt bewildered. Guan listened to her inner thoughts, secretly thinking, indeed, I am above Tai Ching golden immortal, with 5 realms in between. He arrived in front of Ji Xiaoyu, glanced around, and asked, do you usually reside here in seclusion? Yes, the factions of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance are complex. I don't want to get involved in too many causes and effects, so I seldom venture out. Ji Xiaoyu replied, currently still in the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm, just a step away from the innate golden immortal, but unable to break through that step. Sar the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She wasn't in a hurry since those who can achieve innate golden immortal have lived for a long time. Her age compared to these great powers is still far behind. Yet, with Gu An's arrival, she felt a sense of urgency. Continuing like this, she might soon give up her determination to pursue Guan. Guan looked at her and said, going out occasionally is beneficial, aiding enlightenment. The Tao is not entirely found through secluded hard practice alone. The existence of the reincarnation tribulation is to guide beings toward the Tao. You can also visit the Daoist field of the beginningless sometimes. The nine-spirit continent has become quite lively these days. Listening to Gu An's words, Ji Xiaoyu gazed fixedly at him. Their eyes met, both without any fluctuations. When I headed to outer heaven, I thought it would be a farewell to you, but in the end, I returned. When pursuing the Daoist emperor along the path of the great Tao, I thought for the second time would be separated forever. Now, I'm entirely rooted in the celestial spirit great world, seemingly unable to sever our ties for eternity. Ji Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone, causing Guan to raise his eyebrows. What? Do you hold a grudge against me? If you really wish for eternal separation, I simply won't come anymore. Guan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes showed subtle changes. She replied, I just don't want to burden you, and pursuing the great Tao must rely on oneself, at least that's how I view it. Guan understood her true thoughts, which was why he didn't get angry. He said wryly, according to your view, do you wish to remain forever alone? Ji Xiaoyu paused in silence, then asked, is there anything I can do for you? Why don't you show me around? I find this place quite interesting. Guan said with a gentle smile. Ji Xiaoyu didn't reject the idea, she nodded slightly, then began to lead the way, walking in front of Guan, who followed closely. Walking ahead of Guan, her lips slightly upturned but quickly returned to normal. Thus, Guan followed Ji Xiaoyu around her dojo. To avoid suspicion, Ji Xiaoyu donned a hat and a veil. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. On this day, Ji Xiaoyu escorted Guan to the mountain gate. As the formation at the gate closed, only the two of them remained on the cliff. Guan turned toward Ji Xiaoyu and said, if you encounter a mortal fate in the future, do not accept it. Ji Xiaoyu asked, why? She didn't think Guan simply didn't want her to leave. There must be a special reason, perhaps the reason he came to find her. In her view, Guan couldn't have come merely for leisure. Because it will be a trap. If you wish to ascend to immortality, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I'll tell you when. Guan responded. This made Ji Xiaoyu's gaze toward him filled with deep meaning. She was curious about just how far Gu An's eyes could see into the future. Guan continued, since you want to become an innate golden immortal, I will assist you in achieving it. As he finished speaking, Guan suddenly waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew toward Ji Xiaoyu, lifting her hat, revealing astonishment on her cool and beautiful face. She stood frozen in place, regaining consciousness only after several breaths. By the time she returned to awareness, Gu An's presence was gone, and she widened her eyes in shock, discovering her Tao fruit had transformed, with unfamiliar energy surging within. Soon, she realized she had achieved the innate golden immortal realm. No celestial tribulation. Directly transformed into it. She instinctively thought she was dreaming, yet she couldn't find Gu An's figure anymore. She immediately entered the stone gate to confirm she was in the real world. Meanwhile, Guan arrived at the Shao family city to find Shaolan, roaming the streets and sensing Ji Xiaoyu's changes. This was the strength of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, able to forcibly elevate others' realms without any drawbacks. The reason there's no need to cross the tribulation is that he used his Tao intent. Now Ji Xiaoyu just needs to slowly adapt to the new realm's transformation to completely become an innate golden immortal. Guan couldn't help but think of the celestial court, whose destiny could rapidly strengthen mortal spirits without any side effects. Isn't this the ability of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao? Could it be that all heavenly court immortals were promoted by the Celestial Emperor? If so, it makes sense. The Celestial Emperor wouldn't fear the immortals' rebellion, nor fear the Son of Heaven growing powerful, as the immortal strength derives from him. To create so many heavenly court immortals, the Celestial Emperor's cultivation level is indeed terrifying. However, the Celestial Emperor hasn't exposed this point, instead allowing Sangtian and the heavenly Tao to substitute for his function. Guan wasn't planning to forcefully help disciples break through realms unless they hit a limit. Even when assisting those around him, Guan won't reveal the intricate wonders of it, as they are simply too unbelievable. Moreover, for the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, having more subordinates is pointless. No matter how many strong people are under the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, combined, they can't rival him. Moreover, he and the Celestial Emperor stand in the Perfection Realm. On the Heavenly Daoist scope, there are only two Supreme Emperors of Ultimate Merging Tao, both in the Perfection Realm, and their gap with all beings is astoundingly vast. Why do I suddenly relate to the Celestial Emperor's arrogance? Guan chuckled, shaking his head. He felt this mindset was unacceptable, just as the Celestial Emperor couldn't foresee him rising unknowingly. Perhaps another Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao might emerge in the future without either him or the Celestial Emperor realizing. No matter what, he must never be conceited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808. Another side of the Patriarch. The passage of time resembles a spinning wheel and is as merciless as flowing water, erasing worldly grudges, disasters, and happiness. Regardless of good or bad, all will pass before the sands of time. The contest for the title of Son of Heaven is no exception, and its progress is accelerating. After 3 million years, the 3,000 great worlds have all fallen under Xianyuan human venerables' dominion, bringing peace to various realms. Following a great calamity, these realms enter a new era, receiving blessings from the heavenly Tao, with all things reborn. While the 3,000 great worlds are rejoicing, the contest for the title of Son of Heaven still has one crucial final battle. The celestial spirit great world remains in peace, yet the number of little worlds from outer heaven is increasing. Ji Xiaoyu's attainment of innate golden immortal status has not been spread widely. She chooses to hide her cultivation level, continuing to pretend as the heaven-encompassing free immortal, and uses her unique qi concealment technique. This year as spring begins, and Zizai takes Xianxia into the bamboo forest to find Guan. This bamboo grove has become Guan's exclusive domain, where others dare not tread lightly. After many years, Xianxia has become a free immortal and is now pursuing the path of primordial Tao Emperor. He wears a black shirt and white robe, with his long hair bound at the top by 2 bamboo hairpins, his expression solemn, embodying the aura of a seasoned sage. Coming before Guan, the two respectfully salute Guan. You may return first. Guan tells Zizai, who upon hearing this, can only suppress his curiosity and turn to leave. Facing the ancestor alone, Xianxia, who usually fears neither heaven nor earth, now feels somewhat nervous, his breath becoming unsteady. Guan sits on the steps in front of the pavilion. He gestures for Xianxia to sit on the ground, and Xianxia promptly complies. I called you here because I intend to personally teach you. Do you know why I am willing to instruct you? Guan asks, as he toys with the 7-star mirror, once the immortal path ultimate treasure of the 7-star spirit realm, now transformed into a Tao treasure, containing the power to suppress a side of the great thousand world. Xianxia replies, is it because of Ancestor? He would not arrogantly believe that it is due to his own character that the ancestor appreciates him. Presently, there are countless Wuxia disciples, many with remarkable talent, yet none have seen the ancestor instruct anyone. Guan laughs, he is just one reason. It's also because of your master. Let me tell you a secret, don't tell anyone, including your master. Xianxia becomes intrigued and quickly agrees. Guan begins to narrate tales from his time at the Supreme Sect, focusing on his interactions with LV Badian, soon captivating Xianxia, immersing him in the story. He seems transported into the tale, witnessing Guan and LV Badian, who has transformed into Elder Tian, walking and chatting in the medicine garden. Xianxia had heard many stories about the ancestor before, but those were mostly legends of the ancestor saving the world. Hearing a simple story of the ancestor interacting with others was a first. Very simple, yet full of flavor, calming his spirit. Hearing about LV Badian restoring his identity, always wanting to pass his cultivation level to Guan and urging him to become the sect leader, causes Xianxia to smile involuntarily. Once Guan finishes speaking, he himself drifts into reminiscence. Xianxia asks, Ancestor, is my master a descendant of Senior LV Badian? The ancestor indeed seems to be someone who cherishes old friendships. Guan glances at him, smiling, no, he is the reincarnation of LV Badian. The cultivation technique I imparted to him was once taught to me by his prior incarnation. Xianxia widens his eyes with an expression of disbelief. To him, the tales of Guan and LV Badian should stem from an unfathomably distant past, so far back that it transcends thousands, tens of thousands of reincarnation cycles. Given such reincarnation, it's seemingly impossible to find a familiar face. Guan continues, I am indifferent to your cultivation achievements, nor concerned about how many you may aid in the future. As long as you do not commit evil, do not harm fellow disciples, even if you accomplish nothing, I will not expel you from Wuxia. Presently, I pass the cultivation technique to you in consideration of your master. I hope you can become your master's pride, as his former incarnation always aspired to nurture an exceptional disciple. Xianxia listens attentively, pondering for a moment before solemnly nodding his head. He doesn't feel disappointed by this. Instead, he finds the ancestor magnanimous and sincere, expressing a swaggering boldness that fears no change. He also hopes to become such a person. Guan raises his hand and sends out the 7-star mirror. The mirror floats in mid-air, the surface reflecting a beam of white light, which reveals a scene of the dark void within. Let's watch a battle first. Guan says with a smile, and with a gesture from his right hand, a wine jug from the pavilion flies into his hand. A battle? Curious, Xianxia's gaze turns to the dark void ahead, witnessing two figures approaching each other. Who are they? Xianxia cannot resist asking. Guan responds, Sons of Heaven, the two who plunged the 3,000 great worlds into a millennium-long catastrophe. They are about to have their final showdown. Sons of Heaven. Xianxia's eyes widen, turning to Guan with an expression of disbelief. The current celestial spirit great world has already formed links with the 3,000 great worlds, coupled with the presence of the 10,000 realms gate, so Xianxia is aware of the battle for the title of Son of Heaven. Such a narrative feels incredibly distant to him. In his mind, the celestial court even seems to be above the beginningless realm. Within the beginningless, no one can compare to the Son of Heaven. The ancestor can, astonishingly, glimpse the Sons of Heaven's duel from within the dojo. And the two Sons of Heaven are completely unaware. What kind of technique is this? What kind of cultivation level could achieve this? Xianxia is both shocked and thrilled. Disciples have always known the ancestor is powerful, but the true extent of that power remains unseen to all. Today, the ancestor's demonstration, though not earth-shattering, has shattered his perception. Watching the ancestor's serene and tranquil smile, Xianxia's thoughts swirl. At this moment, a booming sound emanates from the strong light of the 7-star mirror, capturing his attention. He sees the two Sons of Heaven already engaged in battle. The scene instantly pulls back, yet even so, the mana of both Sons of Heaven fills the entire view. Occasionally, he sees the two Sons of Heaven grow in size, battling with Dharma aspect, then shrink, with the scene changing to appear in other universes, the battle moving so rapidly that he daren't blink. Although indistinct, he senses the two Sons of Heaven's terrifying strength. Ping! The sound of the mirror shattering reaches him. Xianxia watches the scene, feeling as if the universe was being smashed apart, with the dark void quickly turning into an intense red. 9 Heaven's true dragon Qi, Father Emperor indeed dotes on you. Xianyuan Human Venerable's voice rings out, icy cold. S.E.A. the novel, F. Ire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Another voice accompanies it, that's because my aptitude is sufficient for cultivation. Though we are both Sons of Heaven, the disparity in talent is truly present. Following this, Xianxia sees dragons appearing out of thin air, relentlessly attacking each other, half golden, half black, seemingly two hordes of dragons locked in battle, each enormous, with stars beside them akin to grains of sand. How do you also possess 9 Heaven's true dragon Qi? Great Immortal Divine Yuan's voice sounds again, laden with shock and anger. You're right, there is indeed a talent gap between us. Xianyuan Human Venerable replies with contempt. Guan watches their 9 Heaven's true dragon Qi, his thoughts drifting. He recalls the final battle between Gushuan Yu and Taihao, where they too wielded 9 heavens true dragon Qi. Yet compared to them, Xianyuan human venerable and great immortal divine Yuan's 9 heavens true dragon Qi pales in significance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, 10 Immortal Positions. The battle between the great immortal divine Yuan and Xianyuan human venerable ultimately ended with Xianyuan human venerable emerging victorious, reducing the great immortal divine Yuan to ashes, with no chance of resurrection for another fight. Afterward, Xianyuan human venerable stood alone in the shattered void, gazing upward as if looking at the mysterious and elusive Cunqian. This battle of the Son of Heaven lasted a full day and night, which was relatively short for their realm, and Zhuangxian watched with great interest. Although, most of the time, he couldn't see the details of the battle between the two sons of heaven, he still watched with relish, as if witnessing the evolution of a myth. Guan put away the 7-star mirror, causing the image suspended before them to dissipate. He stood up and stretched lazily. Zhuangxian quickly got up, nervously looking at Guan. Is it time to cultivate? He was both eager and nervous to be personally taught by the ancestor. He feared disappointing the ancestor because he had never been the most insightful in his generation. His talent often seemed mediocre compared to his peers. Guan looked at Zhuangxian and smiled, saying, I will only teach once. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your fortune. These words made Zhuangxian even more nervous, and he could only nod cautiously. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo forest, falling upon the two, imparting a sense of harmony and the beauty of tranquil times. The battle of the Son of Heaven has ended. For the all-living beings across all realms, once their great world is no longer plagued by evil demons, the battle is over. But for the sects across the realms, the real highlight is after Xianyuan human venerable's victory. Will the Son of Heaven fulfill his promise? Do they have a chance to ascend to immortality? Sar the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ultimately, Xianyuan human venerable did not disappoint, choosing a group of meritorious great cultivators to go to the celestial court and sending Sichuan old immortal to travel across the 3,000 great worlds to reward deeds according to merit. About 1,000 years have passed since the battle of the Son of Heaven. In late summer that year, Xianyuan human venerable, accompanied by Sichuan old immortal, came to visit Guan. Guan sent in Zizai to receive them, and they met again at the mountain viewing pavilion. Before leaving, Zizai couldn't help but glance at Xianyuan human venerable one more time. This person was the Son of Heaven. He speculated internally. The battle of the Son of Heaven has ended, so why does the Son of Heaven come to visit the ancestor? Did the ancestor play a crucial role in the battle? Zizai suddenly thought of a legend he heard not long ago about a divine sparrow with colorful rays at its tail ends sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds, exterminating countless evil demons, thus changing the course of the battle of the Son of Heaven. With a heart full of confusion, he left, not daring to disturb Guan's conversation with the other two. After he departed, Xianyuan human venerable respectfully bowed to Guan, raising his hand in salute, appearing much more humble than during his last visit. Sichuan old immortal followed suit, looking at Guan with gratitude and awe. When he sought Guan's assistance, he dreamed that Guan could help Xianyuan human venerable, but he never expected that Guan could single-handedly change the tide, even against the Dao extreme Daoist immortal of the celestial court. Incredibly, Guan himself did not appear in person, simply relying on a divine sparrow to change the dynamics. Sit down and let's chat, Guan smiled as he waved his right hand. A formless force lifted the hands of the two immortals, prompting them to straighten their posture. Then, they followed Guan to take their seats. Xianyuan human venerable looked at Guan and asked, could I possibly see that divine sparrow? Sichuan old immortal took the initiative to pick up the teapot on the table to pour tea for Guan, and upon hearing Xianyuan human venerable's request, he too looked at Guan expectantly. Guan smiled, raised his right hand, and immediately, a colorful light flew from outside the pavilion, swiftly landing on his arm. As the radiance faded, the figure of the Wuxia divine sparrow emerged. It appeared similar in size to a chicken, although majestic, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal could not quite reconcile this with the image of a divine sparrow that traversed the 3,000 great worlds. What is the origin of such a spiritual entity? Asked Sichuan Old Immortal curiously. The Wuxia divine sparrow perched on Gu An's arm, shaking its head as if dazed, but considering it was able to repel the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, despite feeling shocked, Sichuan Old Immortal dared not underestimate it. Guan stroked the head of the Wuxia divine sparrow and smiled. It has no grand origins, it has just been cultivating by my side. These words made Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal feel a surge of awe. Simply staying by his side can achieve the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal realm? What audacious language! Even in the celestial court, it's not about having enough time for cultivation to reach the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal level. To achieve the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal requires immeasurable merit, and Xianyuan Human Venerable dared not imagine himself achieving the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal yet. Guan slightly raised his right hand, prompting the Wuxia divine sparrow to fly away. What are your reasons for coming here? Guan asked. Guan was very satisfied with Xianyuan Human Venerable's actions after his victory. At least he did not deceive the all-living beings, and with victory, there truly was a chance for immortality. Furthermore, the 3,000 great worlds did not perish and be recreated, which indicated Xianyuan Human Venerable exerted his influence on the celestial court. Xianyuan Human Venerable said, "Ancestor, your assistance was immeasurable. I had to come to express my gratitude. I am willing to offer you 10 immortal ascension slots, how about that?" 10 immortal ascension slots. Guan couldn't help but feel amazed. No wonder Tai Immortal Monarch was so committed to supporting the Son of Heaven. Relationships are truly important. How many years would it take for the 3,000 great worlds to birth an immortal god? Xianyuan Human Venerable effortlessly offered 10 slots, and Guan could sense that these 10 slots were not just ordinary celestial god positions but star monarch immortal positions. You have already given me the heavenly Dao Emperor Jade, that's enough. Guan shook his head and smiled. Xianyuan Human Venerable replied sternly, the heavenly Dao Emperor Jade was to request your assistance, but now I am talking about the reward after victory, which is what I should give. Yes, Ancestor, if you can't decide now, you can accept them first and later give the opportunity to whichever disciple wishes to ascend to immortality, Sichuan Old Immortal chimed in. Xianyuan Human Venerable waved his sleeve, and 10 green jade long sticks appeared on the table, each engraved with the word Star Monarch. Guan no longer refused and asked, Your Highness, how will you treat the 3,000 great worlds in the future? Xianyuan Human Venerable was secretly astonished. How did the ancestor know he could rule the 3,000 great worlds? This was a reward he received from Sainthood not long ago, effectively enabling him to oversee 3,000 celestial gods, along with many immortals and gods who prioritized the 3,000 great worlds to serve him, greatly expanding his power. Of course, he was merely astonished and did not ponder too much, considering the ancestor's cultivation level. Deducing this was not impossible. Xianyuan Human Venerable began to describe his plans, believing the 3,000 great worlds held great potential, and intended to develop them well, making them a significant part of the heavenly Tao, heralding unprecedented fortune, and marching towards a grander era. The three chatted for a long time, mostly with Guan listening, while Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal observed his expression, afraid he might be dissatisfied. Xianyuan Human Venerable indeed had faith in the 3,000 great worlds, but most importantly he wanted to enlist Gu An's support. Having Guan in the 3,000 great worlds was of extraordinary significance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:10, Son of Heaven Ji Yen, if it is truly so, then His Highness will surely become a revered immortal god among all beings and reshape the image of immortal gods in the hearts of all living beings. Guan looked at Xianyuan Human Venerable, speaking with admiration, which prompted Xianyuan Human Venerable to smile. Sichuan Old Immortal laughed and said, His Highness has always had the ideal of restoring the celestial court's virtues. After this victory, Kangshan's reward for His Highness far exceeds expectations, indicating that even the heavenly Tao supports His Highness' ideal. When talking about this matter, his tone was somewhat excited. Clearly the outcome of this Son of Heaven conflict differed from his expectations, further exciting him. Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a smile, feeling joyous. To receive approval from such an extraordinary great power as Ancestor Master Wuxia proves that the path he steadfastly follows is correct. The three continued chatting for a while longer, then Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal did not linger further. Although they had stayed for an hour, they felt greatly rewarded. At least they had the hope of winning Ancestor Master Wuxi's favor. By the way, what impression do you have of Son of Heaven Jiayan? Guan suddenly asked, causing the two immortals who were about to leave to halt, looking at Guan with surprise. Sichuan Old Immortal was the first to ask, Master Ancestor, why are you inquiring about him? Search * the novel Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mentioning Son of Heaven Jiayan, Sichuan Old Immortal's expression became unnatural, and even Xianyuan Human Venerable furrowed his brow. Guan maintained a smile and said softly, oh, nothing in particular, just curious to understand. Sichuan Old Immortal glanced at Xianyuan Human Venerable, then said, this Son of Heaven's celestial rank is quite high, his cultivation level is on par with some celestial Dao Venerables, his Son of Heaven number can be ranked in the top 100. He once won the Son of Heaven battle, later lost, and since then has devoted himself to retreat, showing himself rarely. Yet over the long years, the immortal gods under his command continue cultivating new immortal gods. Overall, this Son of Heaven is not one to provoke lightly. His mention of, not to provoke, was a subtle warning to Guan not to antagonize Son of Heaven Jiayan. Even though Guan had already displayed strength not fearing Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, he still hoped Guan would not provoke Son of Heaven Jiayan. Xianyuan Human Venerable did not speak, but it was clear he was very apprehensive of Son of Heaven Jiayan. Guan said with a laugh, do not worry, I have no feud with him, it's just that I happened to see him about to do some things. Alright, you may go now. Sichuan Old Immortal was puzzled upon hearing this, wishing to ask what matter it was but dared not get entangled in the cause and effect of Son of Heaven Jiayan. Xianyuan Human Venerable looked at Guan and asked, what he intends, does it relate to the 3,000 great worlds? Guan did not reply but merely looked at the teacup on the table. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal instantly understood, their expressions turned grim. They asked no more and left politely. The two immortals left Wuxia and directly moved to the world gate. Xianyuan Human Venerable's face was livid, his eyes fiery, causing the celestial spirit god guarding the world gate to hurry to his feet. Your Highness, do not be reckless. Sichuan Old Immortal quickly advised, having guessed what Xianyuan Human Venerable intended. Xianyuan Human Venerable said without turning around, I understand, I am merely angry and will not give him any chance. Passing by the celestial spirit god, he paused, turning to look at the celestial spirit god, his expression softened, and said, serve Ancestor Master Wuxia well in the future, whatever happens, if you need to find me, just call my name at the world gate, and I will hear it. Celestial spirit god was flattered, promptly agreeing. After that, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal stepped into the world gate one after another. When the intense light of the world gate dissipated, only then did the celestial spirit god breathe a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile. The path becomes ever smoother. Being a celestial god, serving a great power outside the celestial court was once considered fundamentally rebellious behavior, but now, many high-ranking immortal gods support him in doing so. The celestial spirit god resumed his meditation, his gaze towards the distance, his mind drifted to Tianhao. He wondered if that boy had ascended to immortality, and what immortal position he held. Meanwhile, Guan walked out of the mountain viewing pavilion, proceeding along the mountain path, leisurely strolling through the wilderness, contemplating the future. In a distant future, Son of Heaven Jia Yan will reincarnate to the mortal realm, achieve supreme status in the celestial spirit great world, and commence a war for dominion over the 3,000 great worlds. This destiny emerged after Xianyuan Human Venerable I, clearly indicating that Son of Heaven Jia Yan was targeting Xianyuan Human Venerable. Guan had previously warned Ji Xiaoyu not to trust immortal fate, precisely because she would encounter Son of Heaven Jia Yan in the future. This Son of Heaven Jia Yan's cultivation level is quite formidable, having reached perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm. Yet regrettably, such a level holds no secrets to Guan. It made Guan feel relieved that when he achieved Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, he did not act recklessly. Had he indiscriminately killed and crazily accumulated lifespan, he surely would have been targeted by Xian Qi Primordial Immortal and Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal. There are always those who take the lead role in this world, but staying here and watching the drama is more enjoyable. Guan murmured, with no one beside him to know what he meant. He prepared to assess Zhuang Xian's cultivation achievements. Though he said it was to see Zhuang Xian's own fortune, after millions of years, it was his first time teaching someone cultivation and could not let Zhuang Xian be too poor. Celestial Court, Guangfa Immortal Palace. In the Grand Hall, hundreds of immortal gods sat cross-legged on their respective mats, Li Xuanmiao and Celestial Destruction God among them, the two seated next to each other. The venerable Guangfa Taiguang had not yet appeared, and the disciples of Guangfa Immortal Palace chatted about the Son of Heaven conflict. Didn't expect Xianyuan Human Venerable to turn the tide, truly surprised me. Indeed, Taixian Divine Yuan almost won, yet it could be overturned. Who knows what has happened within the 3,000 Great World. It is said Xianyuan Human Venerable invited a supreme great power to intervene. I heard too that Taixian Divine Yuan invited a supreme immortal to act, but was not the rival, which might be why Xianyuan Human Venerable was conferred as Great Thousand World Immortal King. Xianyuan Human Venerable introduced hundreds of immortal gods at once, and Sainthood permitted them, likely leading to more sons of heaven engaging in such conflicts in the future. Listening to the immortal gods' discussions around him, Li Xuanmiao felt that this situation was connected to his master. If there was a major variable in the 3,000 great worlds, it could only be his master. That Taixian Divine Yuan acted unscrupulously, worrying him about the celestial spirit great world, also fearing Guan would become an enemy of the celestial court to protect the celestial spirit great world. Celestial Destruction God spoke. The Son of Heaven conflict causing such a significant impact might be some sort of signal. Li Xuanmiao turned to look at him, curiously asking, what kind of signal? Celestial Destruction God did not answer, but said, they say both Sons of Heaven displayed 9 heavens true dragon chi. What is 9 heavens true dragon chi? It is the Emperor of Heaven's divine skills, with abnormally domineering power to suppress the heavenly Tao. Celestial Destruction God's answer changed Li Xuanmiao's expression significantly. 2 Sons of Heaven with the Emperor of Heaven's true inheritance competing, and Sainthood offering unprecedented merit rewards, indeed extraordinary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:11, Dugu Demon Emperor. As Li Xuanmiao pondered Kangshan's will, a golden light appeared on the steps ahead. As the golden light dissipated, Venerable Guangfa Taiguang appeared on the lotus throne and sat down. His imposing figure appeared, and all the immortal gods in the hall stood up and bowed to him. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang nodded slightly, raised his hand and pressed down, indicating for all the immortal gods to sit. Once all the immortal gods were seated and looking at him, he spoke, today's lecture will discuss the immortal gods, and we shall talk about what it means to be an immortal, what it means to be a god, and what the order of the heavenly Tao should be. I hope you will find your own path in comprehending the heavenly Tao, and no matter the outcome, do not regret. On hearing this, the immortal gods sat upright, knowing that this lecture was connected to the dispute for the title of Son of Heaven, a matter of great interest to them. Such a significant event rarely occurs in the celestial court over the long eras, as no one within the heavenly Tao can shake its foundation. The white-haired elder in the first row spoke first. This humble Daoist believes that immortal gods should focus on destiny. Relying on it means relying on all beings of heaven and earth. Thus, immortal gods should primarily protect all beings. His status was evidently high, as he was the first to speak, and the other immortal gods listened intently. After he finished speaking, an immortal god quickly rebutted, an immortal is an immortal. Mortal spirits cultivate to become immortals, enduring hardships, yet after becoming immortals, they still weigh mortal spirits heavily. What is the meaning of our immortal cultivation? Immortals should keep their distance from mortal spirits. This itself is a protection. In fact, even if we do nothing, mortal spirits will still worship us, so there's no need to curry favor for the sake of destiny. His argument won the approval of many immortal gods, most of whom were from the mortal world, having faced trials themselves. They knew the dangers of human hearts and inherently detested the machinations and disputes of mortal spirits. Suddenly, the immortal gods split into two factions and began debating. It was difficult for anyone to propose a third view without being dragged into the conflict between immortals and mortals. Li Xuanmiao remained silent, observing the attitudes of the immortal gods. Though he could understand some immortal gods' extreme comments, he always felt that immortal gods should protect mortal spirits. What's called an immortal god doesn't really rely on their own cultivation but on the heavenly court's destiny to achieve immortality. Since the heavenly court requires the faith of all beings, immortal gods should inherently have the responsibility to protect mortal spirits. At least, that's what Li Xuanmiao believes. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang did not speak, he listened quietly. With him presiding over the court, the immortal gods had disputes but maintained order without devolving into chaos. CTH Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan was also listening to the lecture. After reaching the level of Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao, the Celestial Court seemed less mysterious to Guan, who often spied on it. Since Li Xuanmiao was listening to the Dao, Guan decided to eavesdrop too. Observing the Celestial Court over the years, Guan discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Supreme Immortal and Celestial Dao Venerable often have compassion for all beings, whereas Celestial God, Star Monarch, Main Deity, Immortal Monarch are more disdainful of them. The former did not originate from the mortal realm, while the latter mostly fought their way out of the mortal realm, only to scorn its beings, a truly ironic fact. While Guan was enjoying what he heard, an Xian appeared in the courtyard. She came to the tree and looked at Guan lying in the rocking chair, asking, "Master, I have something to ask you." She glanced at Shenzhen, hesitant. "Just speak," Guan replied casually. An Xian immediately asked, "Has the owner of those eyes left?" "Yes, captured by immortal gods to the Celestial Court." "What? Why?" "No reason, the Celestial Court doesn't tolerate those eyes." Guan's answer made an Xian frown and caught Shenzhen's attention. An Xian thought of Guan's warnings to her, feeling heavy-hearted, even though those immortal emperor's eyes were intimidating. Yet thinking that such a powerful entity was apprehended by the Celestial Court, she felt akin to empathy. She stopped asking, bowed to Guan, then left. Although Shenzhen was curious, she didn't ask more and continued her cultivation. Guan also didn't discuss the immortal emperor's eye with her. He had no intention of rescuing the owner of those eyes, as there was no cause and effect connection. That owner of the immortal emperor's eye was already imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Guan was familiar with that prison because Profound Abyss had spent a long time there, where only beings of great power were detained. Speaking of it, when Profound Abyss escaped from the prison, the fierce demon who caused chaos in the Celestial Court was still trapped inside. After countless ages, that demon's demon chi had dissipated, yet his body and soul persisted, enduring daily the torment of celestial fire. Xian Qi Primordial Immortal Cultivation Level. Guan discerned his origin, named Dugu Demon Emperor, with half-immortal blood in his veins. His father was a Celestial Dao Venerable, hence the Celestial Court hadn't completely exterminated him. The prisoners in the heavenly prison mostly had intricate connections with the Celestial Court. Those without any connections were directly obliterated by the Celestial Court. The same applied to the owner of the immortal emperor's eye. His eyes weren't naturally born but transplanted by a Celestial Court great power, attempting to refine those eyes through his body. Nowadays, Guan found it amusing to observe the complex web of cause and effect within the Celestial Court, like following a drama or watching a movie, not dull at all. To all beings, the Celestial Court appears ethereal. Even free immortals struggle to reach them. Yet every move they make can affect the destiny of all heavens and myriad realms. Guan got up, intending to take a look around the Nine-Spirit Dynasty while listening to the lecture from Guangfa Immortal Palace. Shenzhen did not follow him. She was solely focused on asking the Tao and reaching the heaven-encompassing free immortal realms sooner. Now, the second-generation disciples of the beginningless had a minimum cultivation level of profound Yuan free immortal, but hadn't yet birthed any innate golden immortal. Time flows endlessly, as a day passes like a page in the annals of time. After Xianyuan human venerable triumphed, legends of immortal gods proliferated across the human world, and opportunities to ascend to immortality began to spread throughout it. Millions of years later, immortality became the highest goal for the cultivation of the multitudes. That year, on the Taizang continent, within the ancient supreme sect, a young figure arrived on the heaven-repairing platform representing the highest legacy on that land. This youth wore black clothes, had handsome features, and appeared to be just 16 or 17 years old, carrying 3 treasure swords on his back as he walked with the steady stride of a dragon and tiger onto the heaven-repairing platform, full of spirit. The heaven-repairing platform was vast, yet only a few hundred were cultivating there, all meditating in different spots. The youth walked toward the heaven-splitting axe standing in the center of the platform. As he got closer, people began to turn their attention to him. The heaven-splitting axe was left behind by the mythic supporting Dao sword venerable, but countless ages have passed, and no one has been able to retrieve it, causing the expectation for this grand opportunity to fade. Thus, fewer and fewer with high cultivation are visiting the heaven-repairing platform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:12 Celestial Mandate Person. The black-clad youth came before the heaven-splitting axe, looking at the ancient axe that had weathered countless millennia. He smiled with a radiant exuberance. "Hey, kid, where are you from? Do you also wish to challenge the ancient inheritance?" An elderly voice echoed. The black-clad youth turned his head upon hearing it and smiled brightly, saying, "My name is Su Ling. I just joined the Supreme Sect, and I believe I am qualified to receive the world's greatest opportunity." Hearing this, the surrounding old cultivators opened their eyes, their expressions varied. Some were disdainful, others amused, some expectant, and others displeased. After responding to the old cultivator, Su Ling shifted his gaze to the heaven-splitting axe, his eyes full of passion. He reached out directly and grasped the axe handle. Heavy. This was Su Ling's first impression. At 16, he had already reached the core formation realm. Among the new disciples of the Supreme Sect, his talent was considered outstanding, especially since he was not born into a cultivation family. Although the heaven-splitting axe was very heavy, Su Ling felt a mysterious power in the dark assisting him in lifting the axe. The sense of weight was rapidly diminishing. Indeed, the heaven-splitting axe has been inherited for so many years without anyone succeeding. It clearly tests not cultivation level but fuyuan. Su Ling always believed he had deep fuyuan. When he was young, a calamity struck his entire village, yet he survived. He always felt grateful to the heavens, carrying a thankful heart from a young age. He had a fervent spirit, always ready to help those in need, earning a reputation for chivalry while young. It was this chivalry that drew the attention of the Supreme Sect's cultivators. After an entry test, he turned out to have extraordinary talent. He felt his good fortune and talent had special significance, with a grand mission awaiting him. Gaining the heaven-splitting axe's inheritance would assist him in completing this great mission. If there is celestial mandate in the mystery, let it help me lift it. Su Ling looked down at the heaven-splitting axe, shouting in his heart. He exerted his strength, moving his left foot sideways, his form full of power. He did not stop, his eyes resolute. The heaven-splitting axe started to shake. Although the movement was slight, it caused the hundreds of cultivators at the heaven-repairing platform to open their eyes, all turning their heads to look at him. The heaven-splitting axe trembled more violently, prompting the cultivators to stand up one after another. How is it possible? Could he truly be the legendary celestial mandate person? CTH Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He's only at the core formation realm. How can he budge the heaven-splitting axe? I've heard from my ancestor that even the legendary divine thought true immortal couldn't lift the heaven-splitting axe. Perhaps it's not cultivation level being tested after all. For someone so young to reach core formation is already first-rate talent. If his cultivation years are only a few, it is unfathomable. Maybe that's why the heaven-splitting axe chooses him. The cultivators began to excitedly discuss. If this youth truly obtains the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe, the supreme sect would soar to new heights. To them, the supporting Dao sword venerable seemed too distant, but the heaven-splitting axe was real. Su Ling was not thinking about that much. He concentrated all his attention on the heaven-splitting axe, putting in all his effort, but he still couldn't lift it completely. Just a little bit more. Su Ling thought through gritted teeth. In merely a few dozen breaths, he had exhausted all his chi power. But he didn't want to give up. The ensuing time felt endlessly long and agonizing for Su Ling, but he refused to quit. Finally, the heaven-splitting axe began to rise, causing the hundreds of cultivators watching to hold their breath, not daring to exhale. Su Ling hadn't noticed this scene. He only wanted to persevere. As the heaven-splitting axe continued to ascend, strands of spiritual energy rose from the earth's crevices, increasingly forming surging winds, blowing Su Ling's black clothes. Boom! Su Ling only felt a white light erupt from beneath the heaven-splitting axe, rushing fiercely toward him, turning his vision completely white, his consciousness following into a daze. It felt as if he had a brief dream, quickly awakening. He found himself standing on a mountainous terrain, surrounded by rolling green hills, with a broad view that made him feel relaxed, clearing away his inner confusion. "Kid, catch!" A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, immediately followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. His pupils shrank abruptly, and he turned instinctively, raising a hand to catch. The heaven-splitting axe landed in his hand, pressing him backward with its immense power as his boots kicked up twin trails of dust. With this catch, Su Ling was completely awake, as if returning to the real world. Once he steadied himself, his right hand was still trembling, almost dropping the axe. He looked up, seeing a figure standing on the peak of a mountain in front. The figure leapt, like a bird taking flight, swiftly landing before him. What a handsome man! Since arriving at the Supreme Sect, Su Ling had seen many immortal masters, yet this was his first time seeing a man as handsome and full of immortal aura as Guan, 4,200 million years, finally waiting for someone fated. Guan looked at Su Ling, laughed, and said. Su Ling cautiously asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" Having just embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, he understood little, unable to distinguish reality from the illusion realm. Guan's mention of 4,200 million years directly stunned him, making him lose his usual judgment. Guan smiled and said, "Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is that you have passed the test of the heaven-splitting axe. Now, I will teach you the secret skill hidden within it. Are you ready? Once you learn it, you can return. This is not a dream. This is your opportunity." Su Ling calmed down. He gripped the heaven-splitting axe and lifted it slightly, saying, "I'm ready." Guan raised his right hand, forming an axe, then began teaching Su Ling the heaven-splitting divine axe, move by move. The heaven-splitting divine axe is divided into 9 forms: life-breaking, demon-breaking, ghost-breaking, mountain-breaking, broken sea, breaking technique, immortal breaking, god-breaking, heaven-splitting. This axe technique was once the supreme inheritance of the Taizong continent, capable of sweeping the world. With high comprehension and Guan's Dao intent, Su Ling quickly memorized the 9 forms of the heaven-splitting divine axe. After roughly learning it, Su Ling's expression showed hesitance. He occasionally glanced at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, then at Guan, wanting to say something but stopping. Guan asked with a smile, "Are you disappointed?" Su Ling nodded and said, "It seems the power is not much different from the swordsmanship my master taught me. Indeed, I have modified it. Do you wish to learn the new heaven-splitting divine axe?" Guan looked at Su Ling, his smile unchanged, warm like a spring breeze. Su Ling quickly replied, "Of course I want to. This is the Supreme Sect's ancient inheritance. If it's not more powerful than my master's swordsmanship, it would be embarrassing, not just for me but for the whole Supreme Sect." He had already thought it through. Guan must either be the artifact spirit of the heaven-splitting axe or the legendary supporting Dao sword venerable. Either way, there must be a deep connection with the Supreme Sect. Guan nodded with a smile, then raised a hand pointing towards Su Ling. Su Ling's eyes widened, his whole body frozen in place, as images of a figure wielding an axe appeared in his eyes. Guan watched him, murmuring to himself, choosing him might also be a good choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:13, Where is the Sword Venerable? Su Ling was shrouded by Gu An's Dao intent, and the new memory of the heaven-splitting divine axe surged into his mind. He dreamed again, and this dream lasted a long time. In the dream, he continuously cultivated the heaven-splitting divine axe, a process long and tedious, yet he had no time to think of other matters. When he finally finished this long cultivation, and his consciousness cleared, he opened his eyes, no longer seeing that illusion realm nor Guan. He returned to the heaven-repairing platform, surrounded by great cultivators of the supreme sect. Even his master had arrived. Seeing Su Ling open his eyes, the great cultivators around him began to ask questions. Disciple, how are you? Did you receive the legacy? What did you comprehend just now? What did you see? Did you meet the supporting Dao Sword Venerable? Speak quickly, you're killing me with suspense. The great cultivators babbled questions, making Su Ling somewhat dazed, which only made them more anxious. Su Ling came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, I received a legacy named the Heaven-Splitting Divine Axe, taught by a man in white clothes. He looked very young, very handsome. He merely pointed at me, and I learned the Heaven-Splitting Divine Axe. With these words, the heaven-repairing platform exploded in commotion. An elderly elder exclaimed excitedly, young and handsome, isn't that the legendary supporting Dao Sword Venerable? It is said, he is immortal and amiable. Other great cultivators joined in agreement, showing more excitement than Su Ling himself. Watching the surrounding people's ecstatic expressions, Su Ling felt confused, even his usually stern master gazed at him intensely. Sar the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this moment, he finally realized how exalted the status of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable was. He recalled Gu An's appearance, his heart filled with boundless curiosity. Was that person really the supporting Dao Sword Venerable? What level of cultivation did he possess? Where could he be now? In the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan was in a good mood while fishing, having fulfilled his wish by passing on the legacy of the heaven-splitting axe. There was no test or fuyuan. Choosing Su Ling was inevitable because he could see Su Ling's entire future, confirming that Su Ling would bring prosperity to the supreme sect and to the world. Not only that, Su Ling upheld righteousness, leading other cultivators to act justly. Currently, Guan was contemplating another matter. It involved reincarnating his previously deceased disciple into Su Ling's descendant, hoping they would follow the righteous path under Su Ling's guidance. This was also to fulfill another disciple's obsession. Guan gazed at the lake's surface, recalling over 40 million years ago when he led disciples like Tang Yu, Su Han, Jin Qin, Yan Mei, Yang Min, Yi Yan, and others in cultivation. Times have changed, most of those disciples have since embarked on reincarnation. Guan didn't wish to pursue every disciple, he felt regret towards Su Han. Su Han indeed strayed, but his life was too bitter, and at that time, Guan wasn't able to fully guide him. Currently, even with blood vendettas, the Wuxia disciples wouldn't be pursued by an imperial dynasty or need to seek immortal fate alone. Of course, most importantly, Jin Qin still thought of him. Though Jin Qin didn't enter the beginningless cultivation, with Gu An's subtle help, she had grown and stood out, becoming the founding ancestor of a sect with impressive status. Even though she has achieved fame and success, her personality turned reclusive. Giving Su Han a chance also helped her. For the current Guan, such matters aren't troublesome but interesting while aiding a beloved disciple. This is the mindset shift after becoming powerful, previously cautious, now nothing in the celestial spirit great world affects him. Not just the celestial spirit great world, he can handle anything in the 3,000 great worlds, whether to act or not is solely up to him. Guan is increasingly less restrained, enjoying this process. In the unseen, the ineffable Dao heart realm seemed to guide him. He can now confirm. To become a saint requires transcending that Dao heart realm. Even facing the celestial emperor, he felt confident, thus he's in no hurry, enjoying life while understanding the so-called saint realm. Slowly comprehending, if it doesn't work, then risking life. Things Guan couldn't achieve in cultivation over the years were made possible by risking life, which doesn't negate his efforts as those experiences and insights were objectively existent. As Guan reminisced on the past, a figure approached. It was Xian. Over the years, Xian had become steadier and carried an extraordinary aura. He came behind Guan and bowed respectfully, saying, "Ancestor, I have mastered the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate, would you care to examine?" Guan responded casually, "I don't need to look with my eyes to know your Dao practice, you indeed mastered it, though far from perfection." Xian remarked, "The supreme Dao mixed yuan plate is indeed profound, with endless creation. From now on I will prioritize it. Apart from my main cultivation technique, I want cultivate others." Guan said nothing more. Xian's eyes shifted, saying, "Ancestor, I wish to venture out again because I received your true teachings. Ancestor An's expectations are higher, viewing me differently from other disciples. The secret skill I now possess might harm the world, whether I can venture out requires your approval." Guan remained silent, leaving Xian anxious. Not daring to say more, he stood quietly behind Guan, waiting patiently. Even if rejected, he accepted it. After a long while, Guan spoke leisurely, "This world isn't as simple as you think. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the calamities you face." Xian hurriedly said, "I know, but compared to my personal achievements, I care more about how much I can accomplish." "If that's the case, then go." "Thank you, Ancestor, I promise not to shame the beginningless nor cause trouble for it or you." Xian said excitedly, to which Guan only smiled, without replying. Each period, Wuxia disciples venture out, but only Xian warranted Guan's personal attention. Xian and Su Ling both are rare good people in Guan's eyes. Xian is straightforward and just, while Su Ling is kind-hearted, yet gentle and carefree. Though both walk the righteous Dao, their paths differ. Guan looked forward to which roads their lives would take. Afterward, Xian took his leave. Guan continued fishing, only standing up to collect his rod when dusk fell. The setting sun elongated his shadow. While enjoying leisure, his other disciple faced a fated ordeal. The disciple was Tian Hao, the reincarnation of An Hao. Tian Hao, cultivating in the misty immortal court, had reached a cultivation level to stand alone. He began his adventures in the great Dao domain, traveling within the heavenly Dao beyond the 3,000 great worlds. On this day, he encountered a grand scheme targeting him and the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:14, Tian Hao's will. The thunderclouds tumbled, and crimson lightning intertwined and flickered. On the earth stood several towering peaks, devoid of vitality and greenery. A light star walked upon the land. Upon closer inspection, it was a divine warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a divine spear, with 9 golden pearls floating behind his head. Flames swirled around the pearls, resembling true dragons, constantly surging, emitting dazzling light, like a war god advancing, dispelling darkness with each step. It was Tian Hao. Now, his cultivation level had reached the innate golden immortal realm. Even though he had not yet joined the immortal class, he could nurture celestial Dao destiny because he was an innate immortal god, born an immortal god. His face was cold, his eyes sharp, filled with an oppressive aura, as if he could see through all the disguises of evil in the world. Following his gaze, 1,000,000 miles ahead, a stone staircase lay across a giant mountain, like a long stairway to heaven. Looking upward, at the top of the staircase, halfway up the mountain, stood a mysterious figure in a black robe. This mysterious person wore a bamboo hat, and black mist surged on his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. For a long time, Tian Hao stopped at the foot of the giant mountain, looked up, and asked the black-robed person above, "I'm here. Now, you should tell me who you are and on what grounds you claim to have the confidence to overthrow the celestial court." Tian Hao not only recovered in Hao's memories but was also gradually restoring Emperor Xuanqing's memories. His divinity was growing stronger. The black-robed person gazed down at him and said, I am the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, from the Dark Heavenly Court. I shall be the vanguard in attacking the Celestial Court. Once I commence the war, the Dark Heavenly Court will invade en masse. Are you satisfied with this answer? Tian Hao was not surprised. Instead, he sneered dismissively and asked, What? You think I might betray the Heavenly Tao for revenge against the Celestial Court, for revenge against my father? The Dark Heavenly Court originally came from the Heavenly Tao. We were only defeated and expelled. When we return, we will still serve the Heavenly Tao. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's tone was utterly calm, devoid of any emotion. Tian Hao remained unfazed and said, You cannot win. As long as he exists, nothing in the Celestial Court can be shaken. He is indeed strong, even invincible. With the strength of the Dark Heavenly Court alone, it would indeed be impossible to overthrow the Celestial Court. But the Dark Heavenly Court is never lacking in patience or determination. If you join us, we will grant you the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, a legacy your father once received. Only by acquiring this legacy will you have hope of rivaling him. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's words finally made Tian Hao's expression change. Tian Hao fell into silence, and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable did not pursue him further, waiting quietly. After a while, Tian Hao looked up at Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and said, I can trust you, but before that, I want to fight you, to see how powerful the legendary strength surpassing the Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal truly is. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable gazed down at him, saying nothing, but suddenly released a terrifying aura. Boom! In an instant, billions of towering mountains crumbled into ashes. Tian Hao's robe wildly billowed, the silver armor quirked, producing a clanging sound, and his eyes turned icy, filled with a fighting spirit. He knew he couldn't possibly be a match for his opponent, yet he still wanted to try. He wanted to know how terrifying the Dark Heavenly Court truly was, so he could understand the kind of foes his father faced. Tian Hao leaped towards Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Just then, Tian Hao's pupils suddenly dilated, and in his vision, the heavens and the earth trembled as if an immense invisible heart was pounding, and behind Emperor Bone Profound Venerable appeared a terrifying phantom, stretching towards him with bared fangs and claws. What is that? Just as the question formed in Tian Hao's mind, he fell into a state of chaos. When Guan returned to the room, Tian Hao had already been annihilated by Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. He did not immediately take action. After restoring Emperor Xuanqing's memories, Tian Hao was clearly fixated, unwilling to stop before hitting the south wall. Better to let him venture into the Dark Heavenly Court, whether it brings fortune or calamity. That decision lies with him and the Celestial Emperor. While observing Tian Hao, Guan had a sense that perhaps the Celestial Emperor was already aware of his existence. But for some unknown reason, the Celestial Emperor did not pursue him and remained in his celestial palace, lost in reincarnation. The real Celestial Emperor was more incomprehensible than the reincarnation body Taihao. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Whatever the case, Guan no longer feared the Celestial Emperor. Even if discovered by the Celestial Emperor, he wouldn't worry. What he desires now is to surpass the Celestial Emperor and reach the legendary Saint Realm. It is worth noting that Gu An's avatar and Hongya Zi were still in the profound abyss divine pool. They learned more and more of the ancient heavenly court and the secrets of saints and encountered numerous opportunities, steadily growing stronger. The profound abyss divine pool contained many crises that could have killed Hongya Zi, but Guan discreetly erased them. Therefore, to Hongya Zi, the only problem was his inability to escape. Guan sat down at the desk inside the room, picked up a book from the table, and began to savor it. This was written by the contemporary book sage, Profound Celestial Intent, who infused Tao intent into it, making every word rich in imagery, so that when one's divine sense delved into it, it felt like watching a movie. With such creations, Profound Celestial Intent had become deified, holding a lofty position in the celestial spirit great world. Of course, his status was largely due to his extraordinary friendship with ancestor Master Wuxia. The moon sets, the sun rises. Guan pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Already, it was a million years later. Basking in the bright sun, he stretched lazily. What's new in the world recently? Guan saw Xianxia sitting beside Shenzhen and inquired. Xianxia turned to him and said, "There are quite a few things, but one matter concerns us. A disciple named Xian of the 8th generation killed the child of an alliance hierarch of the heavenly spirit Dao Alliance, and now it's causing an uproar. The eldest senior brother has already sent someone to handle it." And what else? Guan wasn't concerned about Xian's affair, because he had witnessed the incident where the alliance hierarch's child used the blood of cultivators of a city as a sacrificial offering for a magical treasure, committing an atrocity worthy of death. However, this person had extraordinary background connections, involving too many people. Xianxia tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "There's another thing you might be interested in. An ascender has come to this part of the human world, allegedly a son of heaven reincarnated, destined to undergo 120,000 cycles of reincarnation trials before returning to the celestial court. In each life, he must become the master of the human world, which means he is to become the master of the great world of celestial spirit." Guan became intrigued and said, "Go on." Xianxia immediately stood up, eager to share. "It is said that this son of heaven reincarnate has already entered Qinchuan's sword sect, and his comprehension of the sword Dao has already connected to the river of sword Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible."